Hi, welcome to a brand new SimplyMaya tutorial. In this tutorial we're going to take a look at creating this rather magnificent house. Now you'll notice that this is simply part way through the procedure, so this is actually unfinished at the moment, but we'll be getting into Maya in a second. I just want to cover, before we start with any kind of 3D, preparation for this, because preparation for a project like this is actually key, really. If you get the original initial preparation wrong, you're going to have a hell of a time later on down the road. So you'll see that I've got quite a few reference planes kind of dotted about the place. And this is fairly essential when you're doing any sort of outdoor construction. Now you can draw your own, of course, but as most of us, I take it, probably aren't going to be architects. I found these plans on a site that I just want to introduce you to, which is just the NCSU libraries, which is a collection of, in this case, fairly rare architectural blueprints for historic buildings. Now I picked this particular house because I quite like the look of it, and also it's got a shot of what the finished construction actually looks like. So if we take a quick look at the information and detail that we have in these plans, we've got a full first floor, second floor, basement and roof plan. We've also got all the elevations of the house. Now, the more reference you're working with in this type of project, the easier it's going to be for you. But then there is also the case that you have to put the reference together correctly, because if it's out in Maya, you're going to be working in one side view and this is going to line up, and then the other side view is not, and you're just going to get problems all over the place. So this is the plan we're going to be working off. It's fairly detailed, certainly detailed enough for us. If you want to work off a different plan, be my guest. And as I say, I can't recommend this particular site heavily enough for this kind of thing. If I just show you some of the collections you can find, so if you do a search by subject and you wanted to build, say, some houses for your ArchViz projects, you can even tell it that you want to see houses with elevations and houses with floor plans, and you'll bring up a whole bunch of plans for various different kind of historic buildings. This one, for instance, we could have easily done as well. It's got all the elevations, it's got the right plans. This one's even got some detailing on the interior trim. And if you go down and look here under everything you click on, you'll see that it probably has more information with it. So this is a real nice site if you're practicing your ArchViz and your client hasn't provided you with full blueprints, for projects that you want to do for fun or for your portfolio. Can't recommend this highly enough, as I said. So we'll go back to the house we're working on. And I just want to take, as I said, a minute to go through the preparation in Photoshop, because without that we're going to be, in a bit of a pickle, as we say. So here's the first image that we'll need to save out. Now I'll provide links to these, this site and these particular images in the tutorial README file. But one thing I would say on this, if you just click this to open it up, you'll see it's got a zoom, it's got a nice image thing you can pan around. The problem is if you just go File, Save Image now, you'll only get what's currently showing on the screen. So as most of you probably know, you can just right click and go to View Image in Firefox. They're similar in Chrome and Internet Explorer. And this will bring up the full-size image, and you can just save from there. So for this project, we want to save out the basement floor plans, first and second, so just this one image. And we want to save out these elevations also. So again, same thing, View Image, Save Image. Once you've got those saved, pop them open in Photoshop, which I've taken the liberty of doing here. And I'm going to show you a good, quick, easy way to cut these out. Now I'm going to use ruler marks in Photoshop, and if you can't see rulers around the outside of your screen, Control R toggles the rulers on and off. But just come up here, left click and drag a guideline down. I'm sure most of you know this, but for those of you that don't, we're just going to frame these images like so. Now we don't have to be too precise here because we'll be lining them up in a second. So just like so, and it makes it easier for us to then use the marquee tool and just cut around them. So I'm going to use the marquee tool, drag a selection around here, press Control C to copy, Control N for a new document, and Control V to paste that into the new document. Now on this particular house we're not going to be working with the basement. You'll have more than enough information during the course of the tutorial to put your own basement in should you want to. But you know, when I'm coming to this, I like to get all the plans sized up and in, regardless of whether I think I might need them or not, because if we do it all now and we do end up needing them, it's easier to do it now. It takes a few extra seconds. So now I'm going to grab the first floor. And again, just Control C, and I'm just going to Control V to paste that right over the top of this document. Now you'll see that they don't line up, and that's going to be a problem. If we just started saving these out now and bringing them into Maya, this would be a issue for us. So I'm going to make the opacity of this top image slightly less, and then I'm going to just line it up with the bottom image here. Let's use the arrow keys in Photoshop to get that as exact as possible. And obviously with these historic blueprints you might be a mill out here and there, but it doesn't really matter. You want to get it as close as you can though, because as I say, preparation for this kind of work really is key. So that seems to be about right. Yeah, okay, so now we've got those images that line up. Perfect. Let's take the rest of our plans here. So let's get the second floor. So again, Control C and Control V, and you can see the second floor's not lining up either. Not that I expected it to, but... And now I can just move this into position. There we go. And I think that's pretty spot on, really. Okay. Yeah, so now the second floor, the basement, and the first floor all line up. Now you could take the roof plan at this point, but I'm really not going to use it, so you know, I'm going to leave that one there. So now we have our floor plans. Let's just turn the opacity back up there. So we have second floor, first floor, basement, all lining up. Now we need to do the same thing with these profiles. So I'm just going to bring the ruler down here. And you'll notice that this plan also has a garage, which I may build, but I won't be doing in the tutorial because the techniques will be exactly the same in the house. So, you know, by the time we finish this, you'll have more than enough information to cut out and do the garage as well, should you want to. And I noticed that the garage for this house has servants' quarters. Nice for some. So, you know, if you want to add the garage later on, please do. And the servants' quarters, of course, can't forget those. Right, so I just mark those out with a ruler. And I'm going to come in here, copy this. So Control C, Control N for a new document, and Control V. I want these in a different document than I'm doing the floor plans in. So, you know, let's take a look at one of the floor plans and pull it across to make sure the floor plan and the actual house are in the correct scale. So let's pull out the first floor. And we'll move it over to here, and I'll drop it on there. And if I just kind of line this up with the outside of the house, you can see that this wall lines up here, and this one here. This is where the front of the house would be. This is this part. Okay, so these plans are to scale with each other, which saves us a bit of work. If they weren't, we'd need to rescale, but in this case, we don't. So I'm going to come in now and take this rear elevation. So Control C and just paste this on here. Now I'm going to line up the rear elevation with the front elevation. So I'm just going to make sure my roof is the same height basically, and get on this plan we've actually got second floor and first floor markers, which is very handy for us. Okay, so I'm just going to line those up like so. Now what's important on this one is I get the height right. The actual placement will be sorted out within Maya. I just want to make sure they're about the same height. You know, and as I said, a few extra seconds at this stage goes a long way later on. So let's just, there we go. And I'm just using the arrow keys there to get a line up. Alright, so that's front and rear elevation. Now let's do the sides. Okay, I need to put a ruler mark in there. Well, it's not strictly necessary, but it does make life a bit easier. So Control C and Control V, and again we're just going to check the height on these, so I'll turn the opacity back up to 100 for that. And I'll just come in, and that appears to be at the right height. Yeah, it is. Let's just move these second floor markers out. There we go, and I'm going to pop that in the middle somewhere like so. So let's make this one back up to completely opaque, and let's take the last one. So we may not end up using all of these. It is extremely nice to have them though, just to check your placement on everything. So let's Control V this. Let's again dip the opacity, and I'm using the marquee tool again. There we go. So, and there we go, magic. So that's actually all our plans done. So we've got all the information we'll need. Now you might also want to go back to the NCSU site and just save out the final image of what the house is supposed to look like, because this can actually be quite handy for any detailing you can't see from the plans, sort of how many roof tiles they put across it and stuff like that. Okay, so that does our information. You now need to save this lot out, and the way I do this is I simply unhide the layers. So I hide the layers. So I'll save this out, call it basement, then I'll save this out, call it first floor, second floor, and so on and so forth. Okay, so if you want to save those out and put them somewhere you can find them easily enough, I'm going to pop open Maya and see you in a second when we'll start actually bringing these plans in and beginning the initial layout with our floor plans. So thank you for watching. I hope that you found something in here that was useful, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. Now before we start with importing our reference images, just a couple of things I want to cover first. Now the first one is I'm working here in Maya 2015, so I'm going to be using the new modeling toolkit. I will also give an explanation of how to do it without the modeling toolkit for those of you who are working in perhaps earlier versions of Maya, and there's nothing I'm really going to do with the new version of 2015 that can't be done in an older version. It's just the modeling toolkit makes some of the process a little quicker. So before we dive into what exactly the modeling toolkit is, you'll need to make sure that you have it within your Maya 2015. Now if you go to the polygon drop down here and you go to edit mesh tools, you should see a hide or show modeling toolkit. You want to make sure that you haven't hidden the modeling toolkit. The other thing is, if you can't see that, if this is non-existent for you, what you'll need to do is go into Windows Settings Preferences, Plugin Manager, and you'll just need to come down here until you find the modeling toolkit, standard, and load it in. Now you can set that to auto load if you want it there every time you start Maya. So once all that's done, you'll see a little tab up here or down here that says modeling toolkit, and this will just bring up the modeling toolkit. Now I'm not going to go through all of these kind of on a test piece, because we'll use them as we go through. But for most of you probably use Maya to a certain extent, it's fairly similar to what you're used to. Multi-cut would be kind of split polygon, and then there's just bevel, bridge, and extrude, which you can get through these menus up here, or indeed by pressing spacebar and going to the marking menus. So if you're using an older version of Maya, when I use multi-cut, you'll want to use insert edge loop or split polygon tool, and we'll cover that more in detail as we go along. For right now, I want to bring our image planes in. So a couple of ways to do this, again depending on your version of Maya. Now in later versions of Maya, you've got this create free image plane. In earlier versions of Maya, you can simply put the image on a polyplane. So you put your polyplane down like so, scale it up to the right size or the size that you wanted, add a new material to it, and then add a texture into that material. So, just load a file texture in. So if you're on an earlier version of Maya, you'll have to bring your image planes in this way. If you're on a later version, you can just go to Create and Free Image Plane. Now, the benefit with Free Image Plane is it will automatically resize to the right aspect ratio, but that's really not that difficult to do yourself with a standard poly plane. You can also get these free image planes to show only in one camera, but that's something I rarely do anyway. So there we go. We've created a free image plane, and now I'm going to load in the first image, which for us will be a floor plan. So I'm going to come in here, and you'll see that mine has opened up in a project called Victorian House Source Images, and down here under my current project I've got all my image directories, source image, scenes and whatnot. So before you start working in Maya, and this is important for any project, there's a few things you should set up. So for us, we can go to project window, and we have a current project. If you do not, you'll need to click new and then accept, and once you've done that, you can go up to set project. You can find the directory your project is in our case it's Victorian House. So I'll just click the Victorian House and hit this set button to set the project. So that will create a new project in Maya. It will organize all of your files into the right places and generally save you a bit of trouble later on down the line. So just to show you what that did when we made the new project, I've got the folder here on my network drive with the Victorian House, and Maya has just created all these directories for us. So if you've used Maya before, you've probably seen this. If you haven't, however, it is quite essential that you start off a new work piece with a new project. So again, project window, new project, and then set project. That way everything will be kept nice and organized. So I've got my free image plane here, and I'm going to click on this button here and load in the reference. Now my reference is under the images directory of my project, so let's start with the first floor. So I'm going to bring that in, and I'm just going to rotate this 90 degrees. So I'm going to press R for rotate and J, which will lock the rotation, and just rotate that 90 degrees. So there's the first reference plane brought in. Now, because we're going to be working off plans, the scale is not really that important for us. We can scale up the house to a real-world scale at the end of the project, which indeed we'll do. But for right now, this is a bit small. So I'm just going to go into the channel box and change the, let's see, just select this, change the scale of this to 10, just so it's a little larger. Okay, it won't be in real world scale, but as I said, we will fix that as we go towards the end of the project. So that's one image plane in, and if we actually look at the properties of it, you can see under the attribute editor, I could tell this to only be visible on a certain type of camera. So display looking through camera, let's say top view for this one, you'll see it disappears out my perspective view, and when I go into the fore view, it's visible in the top only. And you'll notice I've got no grids in our front, side or top. You can toggle the grids with this key here. Okay, so in our case though, I'm not going to make this visible in one view. I'm going to make it visible in all views. Alright, so that's our first floor plan in. Now we can start, now we've got this basic, we can start to bring in the other plans, and you'll see here that this has been resized to the correct aspect ratio. If you're working on a polygon plane, you'll have to do that yourself. Alright, so once again, create free image plane. And I want to load in the image for it, and I'll use the front of the house. So let's find that front plan, no, front elevation, there we go. Okay, and we'll need to resize that once again to 10, so let's just select it there and put the scale up to 10. Okay, and now if I move this backwards, what I want to do is get the floor of this roughly equal with the bottom of this floor plan. So I'll move it up, and there we go, and now I'm going to bring it forward a bit and make sure it lines up. Okay, so I can see in this case it doesn't, because this wall here should be in line with this. So we'll come until that exterior wall is there. This exterior wall is here. I can see where my door frame would be. This is the porch at the front of the house. And there's the big bay window at the front of the house. So we'll make sure those line up, which indeed they do. And again, maybe I'm a little bit out here. A little bit out is never too much of a disaster, but as I stated before, you do want to get it kind of as precise as you can. There we go, that should do it for this. So just push that one back over there. Now I'm going to start bringing in the other reference. So again, create free image plane. And it's open down there, so we go to the attribute editor and we'll just give it an image. In this case, let's go with the left side or the right side. In fact, I will eventually bring both in, so let's just pick up this left side elevation. Okay, now I'm going to scale that, so let's come in here and do the scale. I need to select this again, there we go. And if I look at the XY on this, so if I look at the translate Y, it's at 22,772. And as we made these the same height in Photoshop, I can now just take this one and paste in that 22.772, and that should now be at the correct height. So if I look at it in comparison to this one, yeah, it should be. And what I need to do is rotate it. So once again, I'm just going to use the rotate tool and hold J. And make sure that they're at the same height for the roof. They look to be at approximately the same height, and the floors too. Because say sometimes you can have a problem with these older blueprints that they're not, you know, they were hand drawn a lot of the time, which I've no disparagement for these guys that did that. It's a fantastic thing, but it can be, you know, a millimeter out here and there, depending on the plans that you get. So we want to make sure that this side lines up now, you know, as best we can. So we can kind of see here that for a start, this is the front door. So this at the moment is the wrong way around. So we're going to have to rotate that 90 this way. Okay. And like I keep saying it, but I'll say it again. The preparation for this is actually very important. We want to make sure that we're not out here. So, you know, let's come along and take a look at this. And we know that this is the back wall, so we'll make sure it lines up with the back wall. And, you know, we got some marker points here. So that looks pretty accurate to me. That's the front of the porch, that's the wall there. Okay, maybe a tiny bit this way. Alright, so that will do for that one. We'll soon notice when we start building if it's out at all. The other thing that I want to do is just bring in now the other side view. So this was the, let's see, this was the left side. Let's bring in the right side. So once again, attribute editor, and we want right side elevation. There we go. So let's do the scale. Okay, and again we need to flip that 90 and move it up to the same height as the others. So I'll just copy the translate Y value from here and add it to here. Okay, and that should be on the floor. It is, because as I said, we lined those up in Photoshop, and that's the front door of the house, so that's in the correct position. And let's come up here and just make sure that that lines up with that, like so. Okay, that's pretty good, I think. And we can also now bring it over here and make sure these two are lining up, which if I put this on X-ray, it'll be much easier to see. So go to shading, X-ray. Okay, why are you not going into X-ray mode? I've got use default material ticked, and I'll just put a box in here so I can show you what X-ray mode does properly. And X-ray, you'll see our box goes slightly translucent, so I'll be able to see through any geometry I have in the scene. Now if we want to line up these side views here, we can come in to, this is the front view obviously, and we come into one of the side views and change the shading to X-ray. Okay, and for some reason I'm not actually getting an X-ray on these plans. I think that would be the attributes set up in the free image plane. So instead I can come in here and change the alpha gain temporarily, so we can make sure that these views are in line with each other, so they're at the correct height, and we're also looking to make sure that this wall here lines up with this wall here. Okay, and they seem to be correct. Yeah, I can see kind of that these are in the same place. Alright, so you know, it does pay to double check, and I've stressed it, I know, so I'm probably boring you to tears now, but if you run into problems later on down the line, you will be very happy that you took the time to do this. Okay, so last image plane to come in for us for now will be the second floor plan, which will be different to the first floor plan because, you know, we've got this kind of short cropped roof here. Okay, so let's just again free image plane, and this time second floor. Alright, so I'm going to rotate this 90, and again I just hold J to do the snap. And yeah, let's just move this up a little bit. Select it again, change the scale to 10. Okay, and when it comes to getting this one in the right place, these plans have a second floor marker, so I'll just be able to bring it down to here. Okay, this one I'm just going to push down a tiny bit. There we go. Okay, so now we've got our second floor plan here, our first floor plan. We've got a front elevation. If we look through our side camera here, we can see the left front elevation, but we can't see the right elevation, which is absolutely fine. What we can do is go to panels in one of these. So here, new orthographic, and I'm going to take a right side. Okay, so now I can see the right side elevation of the house. If I flip over to panels, orthographic again, and go to the side, now I see the left side elevation, and again I'll just, you know, flip between those because I've only got 4 windows and I like to keep a perspective, a side, a front and a top, but you do have the option of flicking between now right side and left side views. Okay, so that's basically done our image planes. Whoops, I don't know why Photoshop popped open there, sorry about that folks. Okay, and there's my old render. Anyway, sorry about that. So that's basically done our image plane setup. Now you'll notice if I bring in, let's say, a cube here and I'm working away, and I click on the background, I can't actually select the image plane. I have to actually drag select around the outside edge of the image plane, which is another benefit of setting up your image planes like this. If you've done these on poly planes, and even here it's a handy trick to know, every time you click the object you're working on, like your cube or whatnot, you're going to end up selecting these backing plates, and you know, you don't want that. So select them all, and you can either select them all in the view here, which actually becomes quite tricky with these because they've been designed not to be selected, so you can shift select like so, or you can pop out your outliner and just select them all with either control or shift select. Another thing to know is the outliner can be gotten with this here, which splits between perspective and outliner, or you can go window outliner and find it there. Okay, I generally keep my configuration like so. So select all your image planes, go into the channel box and layer editor, go under display layer and create a new display layer with everything selected. So this will create a new display layer and put everything that's selected in here, into here. So we'll call this one reference layer. Okay, and now I can flick on the visibility on and off, which is fairly handy. I can also tick this box until it's set to R, which means these are completely unselectable. So when I'm working, I won't accidentally select one of my image planes and start manipulating the vertex of it. And, you know, it does happen. So it's better to put these on kind of a reference layer with this R for reference highlighted. And of course, then you've got the added benefit of quickly being able to show and hide. You can also turn these off reference if you need to select them individually for whatever reason. So that basically sets up our image planes there. So again, regardless of how you did it, you should now have 5 image planes in the scene all ready for us to start working on. Now I'm just going to save this file out before we continue on to the next part, and I will see you then when we start blocking out the house. My method for working on big projects like this is to get the large construction done first, so the first and second floor, the roof, and then we'll start on some different techniques to create, you know, decorative windowsills, decorative window inlays. We'll be creating shutters, tiles, you know, balcony railings for outside front doors, stuff like that. So I will see you in the next part when we'll be getting on with that lot. Hi, welcome back. So we finished with most of our preparation work now, in fact pretty much all of it, and I know it was a bit long-winded, but it will allow us to now very quickly proceed. So what I'm going to first off do is just untick these from reference, because I want to be able to hide just this one, and then I'll flick this back on to reference. Okay, the T you can see is kind of template, so you can just see the bounded boxes. The other thing we've got in our viewport is this big plane, which is actually a camera. And you'll notice that all the other cameras here in the outliner are grayed out. It's because they're hidden. So let's go along and hide this one. It doesn't mean you can't use it, simply means it won't be in the viewport. Okay, so first things first, let's get a ground floor plan. Now I'm going to show you a technique that will work on pretty much any plan you might want to do. I'm not going to build the interior walls within this plan. If you plan on using this in an interior scene later on, then by all means do. This technique will work just fine for that as well. So let's start off with a simple polygonal plane, and let's scale it up here to approximately the size of our plan. This has too many subdivisions on it, so go to the channel box, select the inputs for the polyplane, and turn the subdivisions to 1. Okay, so now I've got that done, and I'm going to do this in the top view. It'll be a lot easier, a lot more accurate. So click your 4-view, top view, and the problem can't see through it, so of course X-ray, as we talked about before. And now I'm going to go to the vertex. I'm just going to select both of these. I'm going to move them out to the outside edge of this wall. And you know, you're never going to get this exact, so really I tend to be, you know, not too concerned if it's a bit out here and there. If you want to do exact architectural rendering, then obviously you'd be much better off with AutoCAD. We are going here for a fairly close approximation, but obviously, you know, it's going to be a centimetre out here or there. Okay, so that's basically surrounded now our blueprint with this flat polyplane. And this porch, if you look at the house picture from the house, this is kind of an open porch. So it's not going to have a wall around it, so therefore I'm not doing it on our plan. Now, the way I do this is to now fill in all these walls with edge loops. And the traditional way to do this on Maya is to flip back to object mode. And the easier way to flick between object mode, vertex and face is F8, F9, F10 and F11. Unfortunately for me, those are the hotkeys mapped to my recording software, so I'm going to use the right click menu. But it is actually faster just to memorize the F keys, F8, F9, F10, F11. It'll make life easier, so you should probably try and get in the habit of that if you're not already. But for me, I'll have to flick between the modes here because of the recording software. So let's go and put some edge loops in here to make up these walls. Now, the traditional way in Maya to do this, and I'm going to use Shift and right click Now you have to be in object mode to get the right marking menu, so shift and right click, and from here I've got Insert Edge Loop tool. You can also get that from the spacebar marking menu by going to, and they've changed this just recently in Maya 2015, so I should have Insert Edge Loop here somewhere. And here we go. Insert Edge Loop under Mesh Tools. They've made this new menu for Maya 2015. So if you're on an earlier version, you'll find the Insert Edge Loop, I believe, under Edit Mesh. So a couple of different ways to get to it. You can also go up to the top, of course, and Mesh Tools and Insert Edge Loop here. So if I click Insert Edge Loop, I'll be able to click and drag on an edge, and you'll see there that it will drop in an edge loop. So I drop one in here, and I've just made this wall here. The same thing I would do here, click and drag on an edge here, and one here, and I've just made this wall. Okay, so that's the traditional way to do it. That's the way we would do it if we were working in Maya version below 2014. 2015, sorry. But in the new version of Maya, in Maya 2015 Plus, you have this modeling toolkit. So we'll click here to bring it up. It also should be here. And this way I can use this multi-cut tool. So if I click multi-cut, and you'll see here, this is allowing me to just kind of cut across faces. It will go vertex, it will go faces, it will go everywhere really. It's a multi-component tool. So to insert an edge loop with this, we just hold Control. And you'll see if I hold Control going along this bottom line, an edge loop that way, along this one that way. So this makes it pretty rapid now for me to put these edge loops in. So I just one there, one there, one there, one there. So, you know, I'm only going to surround the outer walls at this stage, so these are not actually necessary. I'm just showing you that, you know, with this new multi-cut tool, it speeds up workflow a little bit, and it does more than I'm doing here, but we'll cover that. But, you know, if you've got Maya 2015, you should really start to use this new tool set. It's pretty good. And if you don't, then just the Insert Edge Loop tool. So all I'm doing right now is surrounding all these exterior walls. And again, I am doing this quite quickly for the tutorial, so I'm not going to zoom in and make sure everything is, you know, completely perfect. But if you want to take the extra time to get your measurements a little bit more precise, then please do. And you'll see I've now managed to get one of these faces around every single wall. Now we have a problem here with this bay window that's jutting out, because I can't do this with an edge loop, but I can do it with a multi-cut tool. So still on the same tool, click here and here, and you'll be able to click and drag, and we're just going to like so. Okay, and when we're happy with that, we press enter. So then we come up to here and do the same on this side. So just click here and click here. Okay, and enter. Now if you're on an older version of Maya, and really you can use the split poly tool for this, or the interactive split poly tool, which you'll find under the mesh menu, edit mesh, I believe. But for us, you know, I'm going to use the Maya toolkit here. So just click here and here, and you see that just cut across both faces there. So once again here, oops, and backspace will actually take a point away if you do one by accident. So I'm happy with this line. I'm going to press enter. And I've just noticed that I forgot to put an edge loop in here across for this wall. So with the multi-cut tool, hold Control, and we can just put that edge loop in, and now I'll be able to cut across, because obviously I don't want to finish cutting right in the middle of the face. So I'm going to click here and here, and press return to finalize that cut, and here and here. The nice thing about the multi-cut tool is if you come in and you're not happy, before you press return, you can kind of grab points and move them about. So it's a very visual way to let you know where you're cutting. And I'm just going to move that one back to where it was, get it pretty straight, press enter to finish my cut, and there I have all of the faces I will need for this window. So we've now got all the lines in, which you've either done with this multi-cut tool or a combination of the split poly tool and the insert edge loop tool. Okay, so now let's start deleting these extraneous faces. So I'm going to go up to multi-component and I'm going to make sure it's on face, which will allow me to cut across faces, and if I press Q it will also allow me to select faces. Again, in an earlier version of Maya you're going to have to just go into face mode. So what I'm doing is getting rid of all these bits in the interior of the house. Now, as I said, if you intended to build the interior as well, you'd want to leave these interior walls in, but I don't. So I'm going to shift select these, and the only thing I want to be left with is exterior walls. And this is actually a nice way of doing this. It's fairly flexible. You can cut out, anything from really simple one-room shapes to really quite large properties like so. You can do, things at an angle. It gives you a little flexibility. I kind of like this method of cutting out a blueprint. So we're just going to come in here. And actually I've got a few bits we've missed there, so I'm going to delete all of that, and you can see my exterior wall coming around nicely here. And let's sort out what's happening here. So this to me looks like, let's have a look, there's a small porch at the back of the house. Okay, so I'm just going to check my blueprint. Okay, I can't actually see it from the front, so I'll deal with that in a second. Just going to cut around the rest of it before I go into that problem area. And I don't need these internal walls. In fact, that one's an external wall, so is this one. It can be a bit tricky to see, so normally I take a bit more time, but it's just not that interesting a process to watch. So I'm trying to do it as quickly as I can without making any mistakes. So basically we're just cutting everything that's not an external wall. Okay, so now we've got this internal wall, and you really do want to make sure that you've got everything you don't need, because the more stuff you have to work with, the more trouble you can end up in. So a nice clean outline of your building is really what you're going for. Okay, and for me, I'm probably not going to build this porch out at the back of the house thinking about it. I'm going to concentrate more on the front of the house, but obviously you could just put some edge loops in here and here to cut that out. But I'm kind of liking the look of this where it is. Alright, so let's just go around and make sure we have the complete wall, the complete exterior wall, and obviously again you could have left the interior walls if you'd have wanted to. Now I just want to clear up a little bit of this, because this is kind of unnecessary here. These edges are unnecessary. We've got quite a few unnecessary edges in here, so let's get rid of them. So we'll go to edge mode, or if you're in the multi-select tool you can just go to edge mode up here, and I'm going to start selecting these unnecessary edges. So they're the unnecessary edges, the edges that are just sort of floating around in the middle of nowhere doing nothing. You can leave the ones at corners. Okay, and this is not a strictly necessary step, but as I say, the cleaner you can get this to start with, the less problems you might run into later on. So let's just take this, and I'm going to shift and right click and hit delete edge. Now if you just hit delete, the edges will go, but they will leave behind their vertex, and this can again cause problems. So make sure when you delete an edge, if you want the vertex to go as well, shift right click and delete edge, which will show when it's selected. Okay, so that's our floor plan. So I'm going to go into object mode. I'll press Q to use the selection tool, and now I can go into the perspective view and see that outline of the building sitting there on the first floor plan. Now to get the height to it, I'm going to extrude the faces upwards, but before I do that, because the first and second floor plans are fairly similar, I want to make a duplicate of this because it's easier to work on while it's flat. So I'm going to select it and hit Ctrl D, and I'm just going to move that duplicate up there for now. Okay, so let's turn this back off X-ray just for a second. So I'm going to select this whole thing in face mode, okay, and then I'm going to right click and extrude face. That's shift and right click, by the way, and extrude the face. So there you go. Very quickly we've got the bottom floor of our building built. Now if we nip into the side view, we can get it to the approximate height that it should be at for the second floor. There we go. Okay, so a little bit of preparation with these floor plans has allowed us to create half the building already. Now there is one thing I would say. When you kind of see the building like this, you might think to yourself that it looks a bit small. And this happens a lot with ArcViz, especially when you do an interior room. You create it to the right scale, and then you look at it and you think, that's tiny, it's never going to fit anything in it. But if you actually look at the render view from it, it doesn't start to look in scale until you start to get some elements you can identify within there, like doors and windows and stuff. So if you're getting this far, or indeed if you've never really done any ArcViz before, and you're doing a project like this and you're thinking, I should probably scale it a bit bigger, and really it's the little details that will draw your eye to the scale. So now we've got this floor plan done, I'm going to go ahead and go to my layers and turn it off reference because I want to hide it. So let me just try and select that there. I'm in face mode, so I need to go to object mode. It's much easier if you just press F8, but that will stop my recording. So, alright, so now I can select this floor plan, and I'm going to Control H to hide that. I'm going to bring up the outliner and Shift H to show the second floor, which I will then move up to the, actually that's the first floor, so Control H again, sorry, and image plane number 5 will be the second floor. So second floor. Okay, so if I move this plan down to the second floor, you can see that they're quite similar really. The difference is that this bay window here isn't a bay window on the second floor, it comes all the way out. Now there's a very simple way to do this. Put it into vertex selection. Select all these vertex, so I'll just press the Q tool there to go into selection mode. You can select with the move tool on, but if you do that it gets in the way, or so press Q to go back to the selection tool, and that way it becomes a bit easier. So now I need all these vertex to be straight. So I'm going to press R to scale, and I'm going to scale them all along this axis so they're straight. Then I'm going to move them down to where they should be. And you'll see here now I've got a straight edge of vertices. So I can do the same with these back ones. And again, that's what I was saying. I'm on the scale tool now, and while I can select vertices, no problem, what happens is if I want to select this one, it gets tricky, it gets in the way. So Q to go back to your selection tool. And we want all of these that should be in a straight line, and we're just going to scale them in until they straighten up. There we go. And now we can move these out to the proper place. Now again, this will be easier to do on the front view, on the top view, sorry. So let's go into the fore view. Here we go. And if I press the F key, it will just focus in to the part I'm working on. So now I can make sure I've got all the verts selected and move this down to here, which would be about where it should be. Now you'll see here I've got a couple of vertices with no corresponding edge, so they're completely unnecessary. And in fact all these edges are now unnecessary as well. So go to edge mode. If I select the edge, this is what I was talking about, and hit delete. Okay, if I now go to vertex, you'll see that it's left the vertices there, and we don't want that. So let's get rid of all these unnecessary vertex. Unnecessary vertex will cause problems for you. Problems when you extrude, problems when you start to model in more complicated detail, so you really don't want them. So we've got no unnecessary vertices now, and if I select these edges and use the shift and right click marking menu to delete the edges, go to vertex mode, you'll see they left no vertex behind. So that's why we use the shift and right click marking menu with the delete edges command, as opposed to just hit and delete on the keyboard. Okay, so that second floor plan is matching up pretty well to the layout we've got here. The problem we've got now is that on the second floor, this is a low roof, so this is not on the second floor. Now, a couple of ways to deal with this. An easy one is to just take this edge here, again shift and right click and extrude edge, extrude it out to the top here, so we are there. Now we can use the multi-cut tool, which we can get if we're in object mode, multi-cut tool, and again you would just do this with the insert edge zoom tool if you have an older version of mine. So I'm going to press Control, I'm going to put an edge there, and I'm going to put an edge there. Then I'm going to come up to our edge again. I'm just going to move it a little bit closer. So I'll press Q to go to the selection tool, W for the move, up a little bit, and I'll need to join these vertex together. But first, I'm going to delete these extraneous walls. So if I get the modeling toolkit, just select faces, can actually just do it with this, delete, and now we have this wall in its proper place. But these vertex aren't joined, and they need to be. If I was doing this in an older version, I would select both of these vertex, go to Edit Mesh, and hit Merge Vertices. In this it's called Merge Components. Or you can get it from the marking menu if you just shift and right click, Merge Vertices, Merge Vertex. Okay, and that merges those two vertex together. With the new version of the modeling toolkit, I can use this target weld to select this vertices here, move it over to this one here, and it's done. Okay, so as you can see, the modeling toolkit, it offers certain advantages. It is a bit quicker to work with once you've got it figured out. And we've got a nasty bend in this wall here. So I'm going to go on to vertex selection. And I'm going to select all the vertex in a row, and then I'm going to scale them to make them straight. It's actually not strictly necessary, but for the sake of neatness, and back to object mode. So now just check around there. That seems to be our second floor. And you can see there where the roof would have been over the patio in the back, but I'm not actually modeling that back patio, so that's actually fine. Our wall comes all the way up. Okay, so that's the second floor. So we've got the second and first floor. So I'm just going to check this second floor for extraneous edges. We have a couple here that are not doing anything, so they should be eliminated. And any more? No. So we've got no extraneous edges on here. So now it should just be a case of popping into perspective, making sure it fits. And I should now just be able to select all the faces of this, use the marking menu to extrude face. There we go, magic. So let's bring ourselves into the view here. And that's where the second floor would finish approximately. Okay, so you see here our first floor goes all the way out, and our second floor kind of leaves room for this roof here. Okay, and let's just go into the orthographic view here, and I'm going to hide this floor plan and bring back the original one. So object mode. And as I said, that is easier if you use the F keys. Just Control H to hide that. And the moment of truth. Both of these should fit together beautifully, which they do. And we can permanently join these together later if we need to. There's that bay window, and there's the overhang out of the bay window. There'll be a large porch in here for the entranceway. And that seems about spot on to me. We're missing that small porch detail at the back of the house, but, you know, again, it comes down to time. I'm never going to shoot the house from the rear, probably. And to be honest with you, I don't really need that small porch, so... But, you know, you can put it in with the techniques we'll be using to do the floor plans. So if you want to go ahead and do that, please do. So now we've got that, I'm going to bring my reference images back. Actually, I'm going to unhide that bottom reference image because I like it there. When I put the front porch in, I'll need it. So okay, that's the basic first and second floor of our house all blocked out. So, you know, once you've done the prep, and we can take a look at this from the side views just to make sure that our floor plan and side views lined up. So if we come in from the side view, you can see here that this is lined up with the back of the house, this is lining up with the front of the house, and obviously there's some oak beams here which we haven't put in yet because, well, they're not going to be on the floor plan, they're on the exterior. Here's where the front porch would come out. If we go to our orthographic views and look at the right side, actually I'm going to have to move this right side image plane, which is this one, I think. They're on reference, so I'll just shove that through there and then we'll be able to see it from the right side. Okay, yeah, that's married up on the right side too. Maybe we are a few... No, I think we're actually good. You know, if you are a little bit out, now would be the time to readjust your image planes. Okay, so when we come back, we'll look at getting the roof on this, and then from there, it's basically just a case of detailing. You know, one of the reasons I like to block out first is because you'll find on a lot of architectural projects, all of these window frames will kind of be from the same manufacturer, you would think, and they're kind of all similar design. So we can actually design one that will then fit within most of these windows with a little tweaking. So I thank you for watching that. I hope you've found this interesting, and I'll be back in a second to put the roof on this big beast. Okay, welcome back. In the last part we got our first and second floor kind of basically blocked out here, and in this part I want to go ahead and put the roof on. Now there's a few issues we're going to run into with this roof, primarily that this side of the roof is actually lower than this side and this wall is actually taller than this one. I'm sure there was an architectural reason for that, but it just means that we'll have to build this roof in sections. We've also got another roof that needs to be built in here, and another one that needs to be built here, and this roof that comes across the patio, the porch thing here, will also be built separately. So let's start off by basically getting the blocked out shape of the entire roof in, and we're going to start with this section. So I'm going to go into our front view here, and I'm going to stick this onto X-ray so I can see through this geometry that's already there. And I'm going to bring in a cube, which I'm going to move up to approximately here, and then I'm going to scale the cube, and what I'm attempting to get is the bottom of this and the top of this to be kind of where they are on the plans. So I go into vertex, and I can either do it for the menu or just select it here in the modeling toolkit, and W to move those. Now I did a drag selection around those so I get the front and back vertex, and then you're going to come up to here and move this one in this way. Now you don't have to be stunningly precise, but there we go, around there. Make sure that follows that line up, and I'm going to bring this one, and again it's a drag select to make sure you get that front and back vertex up to here, and I'm going to take this one and follow it along the line. Now you'll notice that will give us a gap here. This roof is supposed to go, you know, up to there, but we'll have to build that in a second. There we go, that's about right. Now that would be the roof from this view, but obviously it needs to be wider, so we'll have to now disappear into our side view here, grab the bottom vertex and pull this one out to around here, and this one out to around here. But now we run into a small issue, because if we look on this side of the plans, what it seems to indicate is that I move this one here and I move this one here, and if we take a look at that on the actual house, that would seem to be incorrect, because it should be all the way over there. So what's going on? Well, if we look at the other side, the moment I'm on the side view, if we look at the other side view that we did, so let's just go to orthographic and look at the right side, you'll notice that, hang on, let me put X-ray on here, X-ray is on. So why can't I see the structure of my house? Let me just take this shot here and move it a little bit. Shift select to get back to the normal, and why can't I select you? Because I'm still in vertex mode. There we go. And I'm just going to have to move this one this way a bit, and then I'll be able to see it in the viewport. I'll be able to see the house as well. Now, because I don't want this one getting in the way of this one when I look through the cameras, if you're using these free image planes, you go up to the attribute editor, only when looking through camera right. So now I can see the house. You'll see what's happening here. Okay, that this roof actually goes all the way back to here, which means on our plans we've got a small problem, because on our plans, if we look at the other side view, so orthographic, and just look at the side view, one roof is actually smaller than the other. Okay, so what we're going to have to do is make our mind up whether we want to do one smaller roof, one larger roof in the middle, or we want them a uniform size. And I decided to make it a uniform size roof, because as I said, I'm never going to shoot it from the top. So if we go back to the other view, right one, we're going to make the roof the same way it is here. So this is fine. This will then come down into this roof here. So I'm going to go to the vertex, I'm going to grab this and I'm going to move it off to this side, just slightly past the outer one here, and I'm going to take this one and I'm going to move it, and this one will have to go a bit more like so, and we can come in and do some detailing and some final tweaks on this. For right now we just want to get the basic shape. So there's kind of the basic shape of the top of my roof, and you'll notice we'll have that problem where this wall is too tall, because it is actually shorter on this side than it is on this one. So before we deal with any of that, however, let's go in and get the rest of the roof sorted out. So if we look on the top plan here, we've got roof to around here. Now we need to kind of come out here and do the rest of this. So in the front view once more, and again we'll start with another polycube, and I'll just hit turn off my vertex selection, and I want to come in here and I'm going to move this up to about here. As I said, we'll be building a slightly simplified version of this roof. There's a lot of times in ArcBiz there'll be stuff that's hidden, it's never going to be on camera, like the very top of a roof that has got some complicated features on it for engineering reasons that are kind of pointless for you to build in if no one's ever going to see them. So okay, so that kind of puts our basic shape on there, and let's come into this side view and line it up this way. So that should be, let's have a look, there, and this here. We'll eventually join these roof sections together so they're neater. That one there, and this one out to there. And let's take a quick sneak peek at our roof in the perspective view. So there we go, looking pretty roof-like. Now let's get this built here. So once again, I like to do a lot of the blocking out for this particular building in the front view. So I'm going to come in and we're going to put the roof on here. So this is going to be a large sort of wooden beam. Not actually sure what they made them out for this house, say oak. So we don't need to worry about that until we start to put the beams in. Just get the basic shape. Whoops. And up there so we can connect those in the center. And again, I'm using that that marquee selection, that drag selection, just to make sure I have the front and back vertex selected. So there we go, that's kind of that, but it's obviously not good on the sides. Let's come out to the side view. And we're going to grab it here and pull it till it hits the front of the roof, and then pull it till it hits the back of the roof. And we're not quite high enough, so that should about do it. So there we go, looking pretty roof-like. And we need to fix this and this, and there's a few things, but you know, I prefer to get the basic big large block elements out the way first. So let's go ahead and put this little roof on. Okay, so this one will just, again, we built the floor plans from a polygon plane, and we'll be building most of the rest of this from cubes. Now this side of the roof will probably be straight into that one. Now obviously if I was building out the interior of this, I couldn't have this kind of bisecting the interior of the house, but as I'm not, it's not actually an issue. And I'm going to come into the side view, and I can see here my roof should be on the side view. So let's go to object mode, because I'll need to move this like so. And then vertex, let's just move this into position, and this vertex a little more this way, and this one a little more this way. Okay, this could probably be a tad higher. There we go. And there we go. So that is basically the main blocking out on the roof. Now, in the real house, this roof here across the top is slightly narrower than this one. But, you know, I don't like this flat piece on this roof. So I'm going to grab both of these and combine them and mesh combine. And then I'm going to go into vertex mode. I'm going to select all these top vertex here, and I'm just going to scale them together. So my roof is more slanty than the original, and I actually prefer it looking that way. So that's a little artistic license on that. You can keep the original flat roof piece on the top if you like, of course. And now I'm going to deal with the fact that this wall is just too high. You know, on the original plan, this wall is actually lower than this one. So let's come in and lower this wall down. Now there's a few ways we can do this. We can take all the faces and extract them. We can add in extra edge loops and then just pull the verts down manually. But what I'll do is probably take all the faces. So all of those faces, basically the whole thing, section that makes up the lower roof, and I'll go to mesh extract. Okay, I can just click anywhere now, and this will have actually become a separate piece of geometry. There we go. So the whole thing slides out now. Now it's a separate piece of geometry. I can select the vertex along the top and just move it down till it's under the roof height. There we go. Now we've got a problem, of course, because this roof shouldn't actually have this gap in it. If we look at the original plan, you can see this is actually a straight edge going up that way. So an easy way to fix this is to put an edge loop in here and then just pull these vertex out a little bit. Now insert edge loop, or of course multi-cut. We'll use the multi-cut option. I'm just going to come up to about there. There we go. Drop one in and go into vertex mode. Press Q to go into selection mode. Select both of these, move them this way a little bit, then select both of these and just bisect the house slightly. Okay, we've still got a hole in there, but that will be taken care of when we put the flashing on for the roof tiles and stuff. So, you know, if you wanted to though, you can go ahead and move this so you get less of that hole appearing there. And I've got something in the viewport here, folks. What is that? Okay, we've got a hole there as well, but again, that'll be taken care of by the flashing. Let me just move that out and see why. Okay, where we cut out our, where we've cut these faces to make that smaller section away from these ones, we've left a hole. So let's bridge that gap and fix the hole. So edge mode, select the edge and the edge. Basically you're selecting the two edges in between the hole and hit bridge. And there we go, it just fills that hole in. So we've probably got one on this side. So 1 and 2 again, and hit G to repeat the last command, which in our case would have been bridge. And it also means I must have 2 back here. There's 1. Now this is not strictly necessary, but it is a good habit not to leave big gaping holes in things. You know, you never know when that will come back and become a problem. Okay, I can't actually see what I'm doing in here. So I'm going to just hide a few things. You go to Shift Q and go back to object mode and Control H, just hide this. And now let's see if I can find that hole. Yeah, there it is. There we go. There. So edge mode, this one, and bridge them across. Okay, now we don't have any more extraneous holes knocking about the place. I can come in and unhide my roof. And now I can grab this and move it back into object mode and move it back into position. Okay, like so. And you know, I'll probably go into the side view and get that precise. In fact, yeah, let's do that. And just so I can see it a little better, I'm going to turn off X-ray, and this should be precisely in line with that front one there. There we go. Okay, so there's our house back together. Actually, no, I must have. Okay, this is the front house. This is. No. As soon as I zoom in, I can see there is a small gap there. So I'm just going to pull this one ever so slightly that way. There we go. That will be okay for now. I mean, there's still a slight gap, but I will go in between the parts and line it up precisely. Whoops. Sorry about that, folks. I'm not sure why when I'm hitting spacebar sometimes my Photoshop is popping open. But that's basically the roof on. Now, it's obviously going to get a bit more complicated. We need to cut this window into it and this window into it. We need to put these oak beams across. But, you know, we're starting to actually look like a house now. So what I want to do when I come back in the next part, so you can get a kind of a sense of scale, is start cut in the holes for the doors and windows. So we should, in the next part, have all the holes for the doors and windows cut. So I thank you for watching this part. I hope you've found it enjoyable, and I will see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So here's where we left off, and right now I want to jump into straight to putting these doors and windows in, or at least the holes for them. Now this is actually quite easy to do. All we need to do is drop some edge loops along here. So one's where the top of the doors are, and one's where the bottom of the doors are, and the bottom of the windows. So let's go to our multi-cut tool, which obviously in our modeling toolkit. I'm just going to hold Control. I'm going to chop across there, because we only need the holes so you can see in through the window, or, you know, indeed see out through the window if you're making this into an interior. And down here we need to cut. Okay, we'll also need to cut what looks like the bottom of the doorways here, and now we just need to provide the spaces for the individual windows. So one, and let's have a look. We'll have to zoom in for that. So one kind of here and one kind of here. Now if you make a mistake on one of these edges, you can come back and move it simply by selecting the edge. So we'll just go to Q for the selection tool, and then I'll put our toolkit into edge mode, and then I can right click and hit slide edge, and then you can use the middle mouse button to slide that edge around. There we go. So it should be more there. So if you do make a mistake, you know, you can always come back in and change that. So back to the multi-cut tool, and let's see, there's a hole here for the doorway. I'm actually going to put another one in. There we go, and another one for this side of the doorway, and for this window, and for this window. And then there's this one, this one, this one, and this one. So now what we need to do is remove these faces. So I'm going to put our tool into face mode and delete this face. You'll see we've got an inner face we're going to have to deal with, but that's okay. Let's just get these faces off the front first. So I'm not actually sure we should be cutting out all of this. I'll have to take a look at the plans from another side, but for right now, let's just cut out the doorway itself. Okay, and this window. These faces you can see here are actually inside faces. Okay, we're going to have to deal with those in a second. And this last one. Okay, so that should be all the faces on the front cut out for both the doors and for the windows. Now, we don't have an edge loop on the inside for the heights, so let's put one in. And there we go. I'm going to put one there, and whoops, one around there. So now I should be able to delete these interior faces, and we should start to see right through into the back of our building, or into the space of our building. Okay, I don't think we need to cut that one or that one. No. And last one. So, you know, that's pretty easy. We need to cut out the windows for the back of the house as well, but I'll leave you to do that. I'll do that in between the parts. We'll have this situation where by cutting those faces, we'll have left these holes. So once again, back into edge selection mode, select the holes across and just bridge. Okay, that way when we build the window frames into here, if our modeling is slightly off, or, you know, there won't be any gap, light particles won't get trapped, we'll avoid a multitude of problems. So I'm just using the bridge tool. So I'm going to press G to repeat the last command, and for some reason that didn't work. So, oh yes it did. Sorry, it's just on my monitor, it didn't look like it had. So select those two, G to repeat the last command, there we go, and here we go. So I'm just pressing G to exit the tool, Q to exit the tool, and then selecting the edges I need to bridge, and then G to repeat the bridge command. And you're going to have to go through and do this with all of these holes. So I don't think you're going to run into any problems at all with this. Let me just check out this corner because it could be a bit tricky. No. So you're not going to run into any problems coming along and filling up all these holes. So I'm just going to pause the video briefly and I'll fill them up and be back with you in a second, because I think by now you'll know we're just selecting the edges and bridging across. So G to repeat the last command. Now if we look in the bridge options, if you're getting lots of divisions in your bridging, if it's looking like this, you need to come and turn the divisions down to 0. Okay, not that it matters if you had a few divisions in there, but you know, you want to get rid of unnecessary geometry whenever you can. So I'll be back in a second after I've just filled in all these gaps. Okay, I just restarted this. You can see I've gone along and bridged most of the gaps, but I've run into a problem here where I can't bridge this because it's got 3 edges. We've got a large triangle here. So I'm going to just use the target weld, and I'm going to come along, select this edge, just drag it and drop it on this one, then drag it and drop it on this one, and there we go. Perfect. So sometimes, you know, you can have an extra edge loop that's been put in there, and this target weld is a great way to just snap that all back together. So I'll just finish up here and I'll be back in a second. Okay, so I've just gone around and, you know, sealed up all these holes here. Now, the other thing I noticed was there was a little few too many edges around here, so I just used the target weld to, you know, make the geometry a bit neater. And I noticed that our edge loop on the inside is lower than our edge loop on the outside. So we've got this downward slant. Now, we've got it as well on some of the outside walls here. We've also got a bit of a slant. There is a very easy way to fix this. If I just select vertex mode, and as we've done before, what I want is to get, in fact this is much easier in the front view, what I want is to get all this row of vertex here. So let's continue and just grab them all. There we go. Got them all. Now I can just hit R to scale and scale them, and you'll see they all straighten up. So, you know, if that being a bit askew is offending your sense of neatness, that should have fixed it. Just check on this view, make sure these 2 lines are now parallel. They are. We could probably, yeah, see, I'm finding that very hard to pull down because they should now all be pretty straight. So you can come in, of course, and fix all the other little issues that we have, like this is sloping a little bit, and this. So again, if you wanted to do this top one here, we just need to come in, select all of these, make sure we've got them all, and scale them all back straight. Okay, oh, there goes my Photoshop again, sorry about that folks. There you go, and now we are straight. So, you know, you can always straighten these verts up again if you haven't been too precise with your edge loop placement. In our case, we're going to stuff these with window frames anyway, so it really isn't that important. But it is good to keep your geometry as neat as possible. Now, while I'm talking about as neat as possible, we've got a few extraneous edges in here. Now, these edges are holding this corner together, they're fine, and so are these. These are the edges for this window, so that's okay. We've no longer got any extraneous edges around here, but I'm spotting one here that's not doing anything at all. So let's just go into Edge and double click it to get the whole loop. Shift, right click, delete edge. And there's another one. Now they must have served some function at some point, but they are no longer required. And I'm double clicking these to get the whole loop, delete edge, and that's for the corner, that's fine, that's for there. Okay, so everything is now serving some sort of purpose on this bottom floor. So the bottom floor windows, very easy to cut in. At the top floor windows we can mostly cut the same. We can cut this one the same. What about this one and this one? This one, if you'll look on the plan, actually is recessed into the roof, but it's also cut into this room as well. Now we could put edge loops across here and edge loops across the roof and cut it out. Again, this is not too difficult, but I did want to show you, new in Maya 2015 they improved the Boolean algorithm. So I'm actually going to cut the window out with a cube rather than trying to cut it out with an edge loop and then do more edge loops here and do it that way, which is eminently possible, of course. I just want to try a slightly different technique. So I'm going to take a polycube and I'm going to move it up to the window. I'm going to get it the right size. Now we're going to need to cut a hole through the roof here and here, and we're also going to need to cut adequate space into this wall here. So let's pull this cube out, make sure it's bisecting. Let's make it a little longer so it's going all the way through the building. So when I cut now, this will actually cut a hole in the roof here. Now if we look here, this is just window ledge, window sill, so that shouldn't need a hole cut in the roof for it. So I should just need to cut the hole where the window is. So now I've got my box. Unfortunately, I've got two separate pieces of geometry, so I'm going to select this one and go to Mesh, Combine. Okay, then I'm going to select the large piece first, and the selection order is important in this case. Select the smaller piece, spacebar, and we're going to go to Mesh, Booleans, Difference. So I'm going to bring up the option box, and you can see you've got the legacy Boolean algorithm. We're going to use the new one. The new one is much better. If you've used Booleans before in Maya and kind of shy away from them because of the ungodly amount of mess they've left behind, or the difficulty you've had getting them to work, well, the new Boolean system is much better. So I'm going to hit apply there, and you'll see that's cut a very nice neat hole in the building for me where the window should be. Now it's even gone in and filled up the edges. So it's perfect. All I need to do now is slot the window and the window frame in there, and I am done. Okay, you could have also used the Boolean trick to cut all of these windows down here as well, but these ones are pretty simple to put in, just an edge loop. So now let's have a look at what other windows we've got here. We've got one more window up here, and then we've got a window on a roof section, but that roof section hasn't been built yet because we haven't done this porch. So let's just put this last window in, and we'll call this part a day, and when I come back we'll look at building the windowsills. But for right now, the last window. So again, really I could leave you guys to do this because I think by now you'll have gotten the basic idea. Just multi-cut really, and cut across here, one here, one here, one here. Take out the front face and take out the back face. On this upper floor it actually managed to do both. Let's just check that. Yeah, and we got a great hole through there. Then bridge your edges, so you're not leaving a hole in your model. And what we've got is a house with windows in it. Now the back view, if you refer to the back of the plan, also has windows, but I'm going to leave you to cut those out because there's nothing in the back that was any more difficult or any different than what we just cut in the front. So I'll be back in a minute when we'll make the window frames and we'll look at making this patio and patio roof. So again, thank you for watching, and I hope you found something interesting, and I'll see you in a second. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left off here. Now I did notice between these parts that I've made a bit of an obvious error. I've cut this window out here, which you saw me do in the last part, and what I meant to do was cut this. window out. So, you know, I've actually just cut the wrong hole on the plan. If we go and look at the front view, you can see I've got a window cut there and not there, because obviously this window, the one that's here, should be cut into this roof. So I'm going to show you how to fix that, just in case you followed along with me and also cut the wrong window. And it's a very quick, very simple fix. I'm going to select edge mode. I'm going to select this edge and hit bridge, just like we've done before to close up those holes. And then I'm going to go inside and again Q for the selection tool, this edge, just make sure I get the right one, this one, and G to repeat the last command. So now we've left ourselves with a couple of extraneous edge loops, which is always better to take out. So just double click to select the whole edge loop and delete edge, so we don't leave those vertices behind. And again, and this one is now superfluous to requirements too. So we need to come in now and cut this window out in the right place, which I'll do quickly because it takes but a second. So let's get the front view up, and we'll use our multi-cut tool. Again, if you remember, insert edge loop if you're not using Maya 2015. And just a couple of cuts there, a couple of cuts there, and onto face mode. Q for the selection tool, delete the face, and now we have a window in the right place. Of course, we have some holes in it, so edges, and just bridge them across. So sorry about that, folks, I just picked out the wrong window there. Easily done. But again, easy to fix as well, so no harm done. Oops, wrong edge. Okay, and when we've cut this window, when I just fix this last edge, I want to do the roof, basically, the last roof that's left. Okay, so if we come in and look at our side view here, and I flick on the X-ray, and we're going to need it from the other side because I can just see the roof here, so I'm going to take a look at it from the other side view. So if we go to orthographic and the right side, you can see that this roof comes down here and it's slightly curved. Okay, so how I'm going to do this slight curvature? Well, there are a number of ways. I mean, I could come in and add a couple of edge loops to this roof and then extrude an edge downwards, add some divisions and curve it. I could use a completely separate piece of geometry, and this really going to depend on how I would texture the roof, and vary in different factors. If I was going to do a displacement across the whole roof, I might try and keep it as one piece. If I was going to do individual tile models, it really wouldn't matter if it was separate pieces. So, you know, it depends on what you intend to do with it. I'm going to add physical tiles to the roof. So for me, it's not terribly important if it's one or two pieces. So let's just build it out with a quick polycube. So I'm going to add this polycube here. I'll need to be on object mode. And I said it really is easier if you use F8 to go to object mode, F9 and F10 and F11 to select between edge, vertex and face. But I can't at the moment because of the recording software. So I would recommend, though, if you don't have the habit of doing that, that you get into it because it is much faster. So anyway, let's just get this kind of the right size. So I can see this roof starts about here and finishes about here. So we'll pop into vertex mode, and I'm just going to move these around a little bit. Now coming out to the edge looks to be around there, and the bottom of the roof comes down to around there. So let's take a look at it in our side view and see how we're doing. Okay, so this roof actually comes out quite a bit further. There we go. And we're bisecting the main house there quite a lot. So let's move this one up. And you'll notice that I'm drag selecting to make sure that I get both this vertex and this one. And now we'll just pull that back, and there we go, roof built. Really, the thing it doesn't have is this nice curve. Now, there are a number of ways to achieve a curve in Maya. We could use a smooth on this. We could add subdivisions to it. Basically, I wanted to demonstrate the soft selection tool to you, though, if you're new to Maya. So what we need to do is put some divisions into this, because I need some geometry to be able to play with in order to pull it into a smooth cube. So I'm just going to use multi-cut. I'm going to press Control to add in some divisions here, and I'll want them along the horizontal because I'm going to smooth inwards this way along the horizontal. So if you hold Control and Shift, you'll see the multi-cut tool actually snaps. So if we just go in and add some divisions, And there are other ways to do this, but the fact that the multi-cut tool snaps is kind of cool. And I don't actually need to be too accurate about this. I mean, you can take a bit more time on it and get them, you know, exactly spaced apart. You can also use one of the mesh tools called Add Divisions, which will just automatically add divisions. But for our intents and purposes, this should work fine. Okay, so now I've added those divisions. I need to kind of grab this and pull it inwards so it's smoothed in with this. So you can do this by selecting an individual vertex. So I'll drag select this one and kind of move it into position there, and then I'd have to drag select this one and 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 so on and so forth. What I can also do is select the vertex and press B, and you'll see here that you've got a highlight on these. Now this is soft selection mode, which means if I move this one, it'll move all of those ones in the highlight. Now the darker they get, the less they move, and the lighter towards the yellow they get, the more they move. So you can actually influence how much your soft selection affects. Let me just move that back into its straight line position by coming down here under soft selection, under the modeling toolkit. Now, if you don't have the modeling toolkit, if you're on an earlier version, you'll find soft selection under the modeling, under the move tool, or scale tool, or the rotate tool, whatever you're doing, and it works in exactly the same way. So, okay, but we have here selected these verts, and I'm going to push B for soft selection, and let me see. Okay, now my soft selection has disappeared from the modeling toolkit. Just give me a second. Okay, vertex. This doesn't play nicely on the version I'm on. Sometimes if you go ahead and open up, say, the move tool and select soft selection here, so, you know, you can get to it in either place, it doesn't matter really. But we've got a fall off radius of 10 at the moment. So if I change that to 30, you'll see now everything has gone yellow. So if I was to move these verts now, it would just move the whole piece, apart from this back end, which is slightly orange. So what we're looking for is a soft selection that moves just these front ones here. So let's have a look and see how we go with about 12. That's kind of perfect really. We can just ease that into position, lovely, and you'll see it's bent out the back, but we can use the same trick we do to just scale those in to get them to the right flatness, to get them back to flat. Now we'll need to turn soft selection off, so B, R, and just scale those in until they're straight again. So really it's a very easy way to put a curve into something using soft selection. And as I say, if you use the modeling toolkit exclusively, you'll find if I put the move tool on now through the modeling toolkit, you'll find I get my soft selection back. If I go here and use the move tool here, then I'll have to turn soft selection on through the move tool. It's a little bit confusing, but basically if you just stick with using the modeling toolkit, then all of your options will appear here. I think Maya have integrated this into 2015 quite nicely, but it'll probably be 2016 before we see a total integration. So just something to be aware of. If you lose these soft selection options, you're probably on the move tool here and not the move tool there. Okay, so there's our nicely curved roof. So I want to flesh out this patio now, and I can see it's sitting on a kind of concrete block here. In fact, if we look at the plans, it seems like it's a type of sort of crazy paving. So let's come in and throw down that. And this is better done from the top view, and I can close those tool settings. And to get those tool settings open, by the way, in case I didn't explain it, just double click on any of the tools and it'll open up the tool settings. Okay, so here we go. Let's just put a big concrete block around this patio. So I want to go in vertex. Okay, there we go. That should be a big concrete block around the patio. It's a little large on the side scale here, so I'm just going to move that one. And I've got soft selection turned on, I believe. I do. Let's turn that off. There we go. And I just want that to bisect the floor just a little bit. Okay, so now we've got the roof coming down to our patio, and we've got kind of the start of the patio itself. We've got the door cut out there. So let's see, maybe this roof comes down a little bit too far now, but we can certainly adjust that later on as it's its own piece. So I want to start building out some of these beams that form the framework of the patio. So if we look on our side view, we've got kind of a beam here and a beam there. So let's just make some polycubes for those. And let object mode. Okay, and it makes sense to me that those beams would be in all four corners. So let's scale them up to the right size. And actually they appear to be pretty spot on without any scaling. So again, vertex, let's move that into the concrete block down there. And we'll move this one up till it sits there. So let's check the front view to make sure it's of the correct width. And it appears to be a bit wide, this thing. Oh, in fact, there's our beam, so it's not just a bit wide, it's in completely the wrong position in the front view. Let's move it over to here. Yeah, and again, it makes sense to me that they would use square versions of this. So I can see there's one here. So I'm going to hit Control D and duplicate it across to the other side. Now, it also appears that there's one here as well, so Control D, which makes sense because we've got these fairly decorative kind of, I don't know what you call them, fencing parts for the balcony. So Control D again and just over here. So now we should have a row of front supports for the balcony. We do. Now we can check out how many side supports there are. There appear to be 1, 2 and 3 with one half embedded in the wall. So if I take this and just Control D, move this out, this will be side support number 1 here. And again, just duplicate. There we go. And we'll just bisect this one with the interior wall a little bit. There we go. So now I'm going to have to make a bit of an assumption. We can check on the other side of the plan, but I'm not sure how well you can see this. So let's just side view. Okay, and I can't really see what's happening here, but it would be my guess, if I was the architect certainly, I would put a similar support over this side. Just makes sense to me. Okay, so now we've got the supports that will be our main construction for our patio. Now, if I look on the plan, you can see that this patio is also framed with these large wooden support beams. So I can just Control D, so we're using the same size all the time. J to lock the rotation, rotate it to 90, come out here, and then I'll go into the front view and get this to size. Okay, we can make small adjustments later on, and normally I would zoom in a bit more and get a bit more precise, but I don't want to take all day here while you guys are watching, so that's pretty decent. And I'll just put the 2 side support beams on. So we'll just duplicate this one and again spin it around, J, lock rotation, and that appears to be 90. It is. And now I need to come in here, make sure that this is lined up. Yeah, that looks about right. Again, as I said, you might want to take a bit more time. Okay, and what I'm actually going to do is leave this, there's a little tiny gap, and I'll probably end up beveling the edges of these. It'll just help catch the light a bit so you can see in the render that these are actually different logs. In the real world, if this building was a bit old, you'd have maybe a bit of a gap where the wood started to naturally expand. So I'm going to Control D and take this one. Just get that into the right position, probably easier here. And that appears to be about right. Now with these wooden beams as well, stuff like the fact that this one is not perfectly in line with this one is actually not a bad thing. A lot of architectural visualizations look completely perfect, which of course nothing looks completely perfect. So the odd gap or couple of millimeter over can actually add a little bit to the realism of your final shot, because carpenters, especially guys working with massive beams like this and probably hand tools when this house was built in the 1800s, there's going to be a millimeter gap here and there, so I don't really mind when I leave one. So now that's the basic support structure of our kind of patio area built out. Now it appears to me that there will be a fencing here with some decorative top edges, fencing here and fencing here, which makes sense. It means you'd be able to enter the house this way or this way. So if we look on our plan from the side, we can see a little bit of that fencing here. So it goes in between the support posts, and in fact we can see it better on the other side. Actually, wrong one, orthographic, the right side. So there's our support posts, and we've got this kind of decorative fencing in here, which I would imagine would have a lip on the top and a lip on the bottom. So let's go ahead and build that out. So for this, I'm actually going to come in, and the nice thing is that all these panels, the architects obviously specified that all these gaps are the same distance apart, so we'll only have to build one panel for everything, which is quite nice. Okay, so we come up to there, want to make it slightly oversized. Okay, and from here I'll just go with the vertex. Okay, and that's probably a bit wide, so, and again you can't actually see how wide this is on the plan, but you know, a bit of common sense dictates that it probably wouldn't be anywhere near as wide as the large structural supports. So about there would do. I think that will make it a good few centimeters thick. You know, this is an expensive house, so I doubt it's a bit of cheap plywood in there. So a little bit of thickness to it could be quite nice. There we go. We'll move it out to there. Now that kind of does it, but again I'm going to have to make an assumption. It looks like on the plan there's a little bit of decoration been added in here. There's definitely a lip on the bottom, and there's definitely a lip on the top. So let's pull this out now so we get a better view of it, and insert some edge loops so we can do something with these lips. So multi-cut, edge loop here. Let us put an edge loop here. That seems to be some sort of decorative channel that runs across, which we can definitely do. So now we've got nice edge loop that goes all the way around. What I'm going to do is put it into face selection. There we, okay, it's not going into face selection. There we go. Okay, and to make a lip here, I'm just going to hit extrude and extrude them a little bit. See, that makes a nice decorative lip on the top there. Just depends, a bit like at top of a balcony railing. Okay, so that looks about right, and we'll go and bevel that in a minute, just so it catches the light at render time. So back into the select tool with Q, and when I hit extrude now, I'll remember the last extrude I did, so the top and bottom will be identical. So we can extrude that. Now we have the same top and bottom. Okay, in fact, I'm actually liking the bottom more. Let me just go back, and what I've done is I've selected the top and I've extruded, which has created quite an unusual shape, which is not what I wanted. Now I see how the bottom went, so let's just take that away, just get the sides to extrude and extrude. There we go, that's much better. So sorry about that, folks. Got a bit enthusiastic with the selecting of faces. And just these ones with the bottom, and extrude, magic. Okay, so that's created a lip there. Now we need to deal with this, because this looks like a hole that's been cut in with a round hole here. Now there are again a few ways to do this. You could cut it all out manually with edge loops and whatnot. You could use several pieces of geometry, but because the booleans have got a bit better in Maya 2015, and I want to keep this tutorial fairly quick and simple, so I'm going to use a boolean for it. What I'm going to do is create a simple primitive here, and I'll scale it a bit. And right, let me just bisect those, and if I use this boolean now, I select this and this and just go to, I can use the marking menu with spacebar just go to Mesh, Booleans, and what I want is difference. So I'm going to pop open the options and just hit apply. Now that's what happens when you select them in the wrong order. So I've got a hole cut in the sphere instead of a hole cut in the back plank. So if I Control Z to undo that, you need to select the back plank first and then the cylinder. And now when I hit apply, I'll cut a hole through this. Okay, now there are some problems with this. It doesn't create perfect geometry, but for doing stuff like little decorative balustrades and stuff, whatever you call these things in between here, we can create nice, easy, quick geometry that actually works. So let's take a look in our side view here, and what we'll scale this one, whoops, not both of course, just this one until it's about the size of the hole we need. So our plans are fairly low res, so I'm going to come up and say the hole would be about that big. So I'm going to Control D to duplicate this. I'm going to move it across to here, and then I'm going to Shift D to get it to duplicate again. Control D to duplicate all three and move them down to the bottom. Now we can, of course, whoops, excuse me, go into our front view and select the back first. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and hit apply, and we've cut 3 holes in it. Now this is a very quick and easy way of doing this, and as I've said, with the new Boolean system in Maya 2015, this actually works pretty well now. So now I've got the holes cut, I'm going to need to cut the downward bits, which I can do with a cube. But before I do that, I actually think that these are a bit big. So a quick easy way to scale these all to the same size would be to take them all, go modify and freeze their transformations. This will put all of this information back to 0. So if I just show you that, freeze transformations, all the scale information is now zeroed out at 1. So I can now come in and say, okay, 0.8 maybe. Yeah, much better. Okay, so that's a quick, easy way to get everything back to 1 and 0, or everything zeroed out, should I say. 0.5, that wasn't what we wanted at all, because that was just looking a little too big to me. Okay, so select back, and once again, make sure these are bisected all the way through. Now they're smaller, apply, and we've got our holes cut. Now I'm going to take a square box, just a standard cube. I'm going to come out here, and I'm going to get this to shape to cut the slats in between the holes. So this is probably much easier done on this side view. I'll just shove this out the way for a second, and I reckon those would be about that big. Again, you know, we have to do a bit of an educated guess here because our plans are a bit low res. So I'll take this one and this one. And I'm actually going to zoom in for this to get the positioning right. And I'll just put the shading on wireframe unshaded. It just helps me see where the edge of these holes are. Come up to sort of there. And I actually want to cut through those. So and I think we could probably go left a smidgen. Sorry, right. There we go, and then just Control D and come out to the center of this one, and Control D and out to the center of this one. So we're going to select back plate, and then 1, 2, and 3, and apply. And we cut nice holes all the way through. We got this very nice decorative piece to put in between our balcony. Perfect. So before we call this quits, I can also see on the plan here there is a partial piece cut out, or at least it appears to be a partial piece. So I don't actually have to do any fancy boolean for that. I can just edge loop across, providing that this doesn't get in the way, because booleans will leave you with a few, you know, bits to fix sometimes. But again, it depends on what you're doing. You know, this part is actually fine for what we're going to do with it. So let's just build this whole piece with booleans just to say we can. Come up and kind of move this in here. And this time we don't actually want to intersect the whole piece. because I don't think this is a complete gap through. I think it's just sort of a decorative edge that some carpenters have routed in there, or however they did that before somebody gave them power tools. Okay, so I want to make sure that that's not bisected all the way through. It hasn't. So let's go to object mode, select the backing piece, select this piece, and once again mesh, boolean, difference. And there you go, that's cut sort of a hole in there. There we go. And before I finish, I just want to bevel the top edge and this surrounding edge around here, just because it'll help catch the light a little bit. So let's just take the edge, double click it for a whole edge loop, go to our modeling tools and hit bevel. And you can see how that's beveled down, probably a bit too far. There we go, that should do it. And I want to see if I can get this bottom edge as well and bevel, and that creates much more organic feeling to the sides of our, to the top and bottom of our kind of decorative lip here. I could also do the sides, but they're actually going to be embedded into the wood, so kind of no point as nobody would see it. And once again, edge selection, just come around here, bevel, and Q, and bevel. So, you know, you can bevel in extra edges if you want. Sometimes things that have been made by booleans leave slightly messy geometry, which might need to be fixed. Sometimes not. As I said, the new boolean tool is a lot better than the old one. So let's just see if we can bevel this up here. Select all these edges. There we go, and bevel. There we go. Put a nice bevel on that. That will really help it catch the light at render time, you know. And the amount of beveling you want to do is entirely up to you. I think that's enough for this particular piece. So let's get it back where it belongs, sort of here. Let's take a look at it. Looks cool. I mean, it looks like it was fairly difficult to do. When you see it, it's like that. You know, it's got some fairly complicated holes cut into it. But with the new tools, pretty easy really. So I'm just going to control duplicate that across to here. And of course, it'll have to control D over to here. Okay, and then I advise you to take a bit more time as always to get the placement right, but I just want to get them in so we can have a quick look. And move this up, and just going to snap that into position. There we go, that doesn't look very good. There we are, perfect. And control D, last one in. There we go. So, you know, we still have to do these decorative turned posts, at the top. But for right now, we've got our balcony looking much better. We've finally got all the roofing sections in. We've got, you know, these old beams in. We still need to put all the old beams here. We need an old beam for here, which will have to also be bent. And the front's got some old beams and stuff on it. But I think there's been about 25-30 minutes now maybe in this part, so I'm going to leave it here and we'll come back and we'll continue to add detail. I'll also start to take some test renders so you can get a better look at that detail. So I hope you found something useful in this part, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we finished off our kind of little patio porch area here, or we didn't finish it off, but we certainly got a lot of the way there. And in this part I want to go about finishing it, which means these kind of decorative railings. Now we could use the similar technique to bend a polygon mesh into shape the same way we did with this roof. But I want to introduce a concept we haven't used in this tutorial, which is modeling with some curves and then eventually some NURBS and then some polygons, which probably sounds a bit more complicated than it is if you haven't done it before. So I'm actually going to bring in a reference image to work off, because I don't want to, I mean the plans are a little low res for us to actually kind of trace around what these would look like. So I found some railings from some banisters and things like this, and I'm going to pop that open and we're going to do one of those. Okay, it'll also show you a good technique for any kind of rounded object, wine glass, wine bottle, things like that, so it's handy to know if you don't already. So I'm going to go back to the channel editor and turn the reference we've got off. I'm also going to hide the house, so just Control H. Then I'm going to bring in a new reference plane, so create free image plane. I'm going to load onto that an image that I just found on the internet, which is this. It's got a few railings and kind of that sort of stuff in it, which I assume would be similar to the ones used on that porch. Now I'm going to take this one, so I'm going to move it into the center of the grid. So I'm basically going to bisect it, yeah, along the grid. So if I go into the front view, press F to focus on what I have selected, and this button here to bring the grid back in, I can then move this till it's about halfway into the grid. It doesn't matter, doesn't have to be precise, it's just a reference for me so I know where to start and finish the curve. Now there's a few different curves. You've got an EP, CP and the Bezier curve. I'm actually going to use the Bezier curve because it's a bit like the Photoshop pen tool. So if you've had any experience with the Photoshop pen tool, you'll kind of get how this works. So I'm going to go to create curves, Bezier curve, but we're going to run into a problem because we're working on a white background. If I start to lay down curve points, we can't really see what's going on because the curve will lay down in white as well. So we could go into Photoshop and color the reference plane, but there's a much quicker way. I'm just going to get rid of that curve. So I've come down to here. You'll see here I have Bezier curve. Okay, so I can get rid of it, and we need to sort out the whiteness of this image plane. So just select your image plane, and if you come down you should see color gain. If I just turn the color gain down a bit, this will make the background grey, but I've still got enough information here to see what I'm working with. Alright, so let's get on with it. Let's do this in the front view because it's difficult to work with curves in a perspective view. So pop down here, and I'm just going to go to create curves, and once again Bezier curve. Okay, and now I'm going to start drawing around this thing. So I'm going to select a point, and this is not completely in the middle, but it should be good enough for our intent and purposes. So I'm just going to start drawing my curve out, and basically I'm going to trace the outline of this thing. Now once you put a point down, you can go back to it, click over it and move it because I want it straight, and again put a curve down, and again you'll notice this is not very curved, but as I said, this acts a bit like the pen tool. So once I've laid it down, I can come in, press Control Shift, there we go, come here you, and then I'll get these kind of handles that pull out so I can start to curve. Okay, if you put a curve in by, if you put a point in by mistake, sorry, hang on, let me just go to backspace. Yeah, that was what I was going to say. If you put a point in by mistake, you can use backspace to take it out again. So you notice I'm not being too precise. I can clean up later on if I need to. And you know, the more time you put into this, making sure everything's right, the better it'll be, obviously. But I don't want to make you sit there and watch me do, you know, zoom and each individual placement in the right spot. There we go. So there's the basic curve laid out. Now let's look at making it actually curved. So once again, mouse over the point, Control Shift, and sometimes that doesn't want to, so you'll just end up dragging the point around. All you have to do is move your mouse out, over, and then there we go. So let's get this about right. Again, if you just move your mouse over the point and hold it, you'll end up dragging it, which in this case I actually want. I'll put this trim detail in after we've converted this to a polygon. It's actually easier that way. Okay, so I've got 2 points here. And again, I could have done this one after we convert it to a polygon as well, but and I want to curve this one ever so slightly. What you do want to make sure is you don't go like this, because then you'll end up, sometimes you can't see you've done it, and you'll end up with some seriously weird geometry at the end. So just curve this one in like so, and then I'll take this one and curve it out. And you can see with this Bezier curve, it becomes, you know, quite easy to define quite a complicated rounded shape. If we were doing this with some poly modeling now, you know, it would take a bit longer, and this is a fairly simple shape, so you get some fairly complicated bits and pieces you need to deal with, and curves and NURBS in general for that kind of thing are very, very handy. So that appears to be about the right shape to me. Now again, we could have taken some extra time, but we're near as damn it. Let me just straighten up this bottom one here. Okay, and what I do want to make sure is that both of my points are starting on my grid line here. So I'm actually going to come in and just, it wasn't straight, so I'll make sure it is. There we go. And same for the bottom one. And just come in and make sure that's straight. Alright, so there's our Bezier curve. Press enter to finish your curve. Now I need to make this into a piece of geometry. So I'm going to select it, hit the spacebar. Oops, not quite. Oh, there we go. That's how not to do it, folks. Let me just pop open the outliner and select that Bezier curve and then drop into the front view. Okay, so I'm going to make sure it's selected, and then I'm going to come up to surfaces and revolve. And this will revolve a NURBS surface around this. So I can grab that NURBS surface and move it outwards. And there you go, one balcony railing. But a NURBS surface is not really what we want to work with. We want to work with polygons. So now we need to convert this NURBS surface. So you're going to modify, convert NURBS to polygons, pop open the option menu, and that's opened on my other screen, sorry about that. And control points should be fine. So let's try that first. It's going to tessellate, and what we end up with is this. There's a poly object which looks a bit out, but as soon as we press 3 to smooth it, all of a sudden we've got this balcony railing. Now if you're wondering why it's pitch black, it's because the normals are reversed. Now the normals will be facing the inside of the object instead of pointing outwards. Easy fix, just go to here, normals, reverse. And the reason I can see that is because looks like we've got a bit of a problem with some of these faces here. No, I think that's just a viewport issue. The reason we can see the normals are reversed is because I have two-sided lighting turned off. So if I go up to lighting, if that was turned on, this would appear perfectly normal. So just a quick tip, when you're modeling, it's better to model with the two-sided lighting turned off. Okay, so I can smooth that out now, and I get this balcony railing here. So I've got some problems with geometry. Let me just see what they are. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure that converted very well. I'm not sure why I'm getting this tearing. I think it might just be, no, it's definitely not a problem with that. So obviously we had some problem in the conversion process. Let's kick over here, and before we convert this to a polygon, rather than reverse the normals on the polygon, I'm going to reverse the surfaces. So I want under edit NURBS, where are we? Reverse, no, reverse surface direction. There we go. So there is a few things you can do before you convert, and when we convert as well, let's take a look at our options. So modify, convert NURBS to polygons, and this time I'll try quadrant geometry with a count of, let's try a lower count. This will be how many polygons you eventually create. So the less you create, the better, but you might have to be a bit of trial and error there. Okay, so that's obviously not going to get that done. So once again, just want to convert NURBS to polys, open the options menu, and let's leave this at around 200 actually. And there we go, that's looking a bit better. Now I press 3 to smooth, and I don't have that problem with my geometry. Okay, so I'm not quite sure why that happened on the first go round, but if you do start to have problems, remember two-sided lighting, it's handy to have it turned off when you're working, and you might have to fiddle around with the conversion options for this NURBS to poly. Now I don't think my post here is quite fat enough, so I'm going to scale it. I'm going to modify center the pivot, because at the moment the pivot is down here, which happens when you convert sometimes. So just center the pivot back to the object, and I'm going to hold Control and scale downwards, which will actually scale outwards. We'll scale in every axis except the one you're actually scaling on. And that looks a bit fatter to me, a bit nicer, because we lost some weight when we smoothed it. Okay, so now how do you go about turning this back into a square? Well, if you really want to turn it back into a square, you can. I kind of like this rounded top and bottom, but you know, it depends entirely on you. For me, I'm quite happy with the look I'm getting here for this balcony railing. So we've got a little lip here, and I did say I would show you how we could put that in. So if I go to the front view and we have a look where that little lip is, and of course you can now go to the vertex on this thing and bring it back in exactly in line with the plan, and this is where soft selection would come in handy. So if you want to match precisely after conversion, you still have the option of coming in polygons and getting things to be a bit more lined up with the original piece. So play around with the soft selection settings for that. This actually, that doesn't look too bad, and as I said, I'm happy with it. I wanted to show you the technique rather than spending 20 minutes to get the perfect liner. You can also, if you wanted to, have this little lip here, for instance. If I put that back to an unsmoothed, just one on the keyboard, and now go to my multi-cut tool, if I whack in, let's say, whoops, didn't want that, I wanted to hold control, an edge loop here, 1, 2, and then I select this row of faces, so I go to selection mode, and then I shift select there, no, not you, this face, and the face next to it. That should have selected the whole row of faces all around. It did. I can now extrude outwards slightly. And there's Maya has just crashed on me. So I'll be back in a moment, but as you can see, that extruded the lip out, so I'll be back in 2 seconds and we'll finish this off. Okay, sorry about that, folks, but I've rebuilt my railing here as we had it before, and I just hit extrude here when it crashed. So I hit extrude, and you can see that extrudes outwards. Now for us, that's a bit up in the air, so we can come down here and put it back flat, and that gives us that decorative lip. Okay, so there's plenty of ways and plenty of things you can play around with to make these balcony little lips and these tiny cut out pieces without having to draw that in the Bezier curve. But for me, I'm pretty happy with this railing. It's detailed enough. We're never going to see it up close, probably. So and we've got a pretty decent level of detail in there. If we needed to go back in later and add more, as I say, you can always cut edge loops, extrude them inwards, outwards. You can go back in with the modeling tools, the standard poly modeling tools, and just start moving stuff around with or without soft selection. It doesn't matter, it just depends on the look you're trying to achieve. So let's bring back the rest of our house, and I don't need this NURBS object anymore. Whoops. And that's the other thing I was going to say. This NURBS object is still connected to this poly object, so we have to go edit, delete all by type history, and then I'm safe to delete the NURBS object and the Bezier curve. And I'm not going to need this image plane anymore, so we'll take it away. We'll select all of our geometry that we've hidden before, and there we go, and press Shift and H to bring it back. And we're still missing a piece somewhere. Actually, we're missing a couple of pieces. There we go. There's the bottom floor, and we're missing some of the top floor. So let me just find that. Okay, it must be under one of these. There it is. Shift H, and between the parts I'm going to have to come in now. We're starting to get to the point where it's going to be really beneficial to keep a clean outliner. I hadn't quite realized we'd gotten this far in the process, but generally you want to name things as you put them in the scene. I mean, and you at least want to stop every once in a while and make sure you can identify what everything is here. And if you're working as part of a team, you're going to seriously annoy people if you hand something like this over and they're trying to find something. So keep in mind as you're going along that it's good practice to either tidy up every half hour or keep it straight from the beginning. Alright, anyway, So we've got our balcony railing now, which is this NURBS to poly, and I'll just call this railing 01. And let's move it out and get it into place. Now for that, I'll probably put my image planes back. There we go. Let's come here and go to the side view. And now we can scale this down to the right size. There we go, that should be about perfect. And let's just check that. See if standing on the balcony, no, F to focus in on it. Make sure it's not too big. And that fits on there, a lovely jubbly. So Control D, and we'll move this one out. Control D, and we'll move it out. And we've got some very, very nice balcony railings, or whatever you call these things, balcony turned posts. Now I said if you want to turn them back a bit squarer at the top, you can of course do that. But I actually quite like this rounded look. So that's it from me for this part. When we come back, we'll start on the window frames. I'll actually duplicate these between the parts and clean up my frankly atrocious outliner. Just give everything a name and group it together. Now for stuff like this, for instance, before I disappear completely, I would select all of these, and all of these are the same thing. So once I've got them all selected, I'll press Control G and I'll just give this a name. So patio inner fence or something like that. As long as it's easily identifiable to you and the people you're working with, you can call it whatever you want. But it'd be nice, you know, to go around and grab everything that's similar, like so. And that's all of those. I think there's one more. And then Control G to group, and you can just call this patio support posts. So, you know, if you create another one, you can just middle mouse drag it into here. And the other thing we should do right now, I'm going to save the scene first. So this will be the end of part 7 for us. Okay, and I'm going to delete the history on everything. So at the moment, if I look at something like this piece, you'll see all of this is history. So I can actually go in and change this. But, you know, leaving the history on everything can tend to bog the scene down a bit. And it's going to leave us with some empty transform nodes. I mean, this is not doing anything. It's just an empty node. So if I select everything in the scene and go Edit, Delete by Type, or Delete All by Type, History, you'll see our outliner immediately becomes a lot neater, and it will be a lot more easy for me to organize. So I thank you for watching. I hope you found something useful in these parts, and you know, the technique we used here, as I said, can be used to make any kind of rounded shape. So hopefully you've learned something, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left off with these kind of turned balcony railings that we made from a curve, and in this part I want to show you a couple of things. The first thing would be how to square this up, because I mentioned in the last part that if you wanted to match the reference more closely you could make this square, but then I neglected to show you how. So I'm going to show you how to square these bottom pieces up. And then I want to take a look at some of the detailing on this building. So we've got all these beams in here, and I'm not going to put all of them in the tutorial. I'll run through how I put a few in, but we do have this one with a nice curve in it. So I really want to get into how we make a piece of geometry that curves like this. Now we've looked at curving with just kind of extra geo and soft selection, and we've looked at making kind of rounded parts with NURBS or with curves. And now we're going to look at using animation deformers. So before we do any of that, however, I think it would be good if we could come in, pull out one of these railings, and I'll show you how to make these square. Okay, so I'm going to go into the top view to start off with, because I want to see what shape they are from the top first off. Okay, so they're very round from the top, so we need to make them square. So I'm going to bring the grid back in, and I'm going to work with the grid now. So again, just focus back in on that and get it to sort of the center of one of these grid squares. Then I'm going to press 1 to go into the unsmooth view, and I'm just going to kind of line this up with the grid. And the placement of this will actually be quite important. What we're looking for is for this circle in the middle to be in the exact center of our grid markings. So actually, in order to achieve that, I think I'll scale this up even larger, like so, and then I'll use the grid here and here, and just get the center of this right in the center of the grid. Okay, like so, and then I'll scale it up. This will all become apparent what I'm actually doing in a second. Okay, now I can put this back into a square by using the actual grid. So if I start to select some vertex here, so I'm going to drag select around here, and that should have selected all the vertex on this row, all the vertex on this row, and absolutely nothing in between. We don't want to grab any of these verts. If you've got any of these selected, you've got too many. Okay, so let's get that view maximized there. And now I want to create a square. So quite simple really. We hold press W to go into the move tool, hold X to snap, and this will snap it to the grid. So I can snap that one to the grid. I can come out here, select these, press X, snap it to the grid, select these ones, X, snap them to the grid, and then finally these ones, X, and snap them to the grid. Now we've got a square with our post still in the center of it. So if we come back in and see what's happened to our model, you'll see I've got a square post and a square post, exactly as we wanted. So we've gone from the rounded look to the square look. However, when we smooth this, we're going to run into a problem. If I hit 3 and smooth, it goes back to being a square. So as we've done before, we're going to need to put some control edges in. And this is fairly simple for us. We'll just use the multi-cut tool, and we'll cut from here. So just click and drag, and we'll cut down here. Now you can spend some time lining that up a bit better, but I'm just going to go ahead and get it in there. It's not going to make a huge difference for this particular piece. And once again, sort of just put some edges down here. This will help these edges stay square when we smooth the object. And if you're working with smooth geometry, you're going to find yourself doing this a lot. So this post is a fairly nice thing to work on because we've had to use several different techniques. We've gone into making a curve, and then from that curve to a NURBS object, and then a conversion to a polygon, and then finally we've worked on the polygon like we're doing now with a little bit of pure polygon modeling. Alright, so that should now, when I smooth, stay fairly square. And there we go. It's a fairly square top post. Now it's curving a bit too much at the top for my liking, so I'm going to come in and put an edge loop in there with a multi-cut tool. Now in this case I can put an edge loop in just straight across like so, and I'll probably put another one here and see what that looks like. And that holds a much squarer shape for us. Now it might be a little large, but we can always come in and scale the faces back down. For now I just want to come in and just cut this bottom one again like we did the top, so we can finally finish this post off. And I'm actually holding shift, which will snap this, which I don't want, and so there, I'll just do it by eye. There we go. And I'm getting that problem again where the camera's getting a bit away from me, but we'll see if it becomes an issue. Okay, this is all going pretty well. Actually, that was a bad cut. Must have been the camera angle. Let's just put that one back in. Okay, there we go. And just a couple more and we should be done. Yep. But you know, I like this this revolving around a curve as we've done. I use it quite a lot when I'm doing ArcVis stuff. You can use it to make shapes like skirting board profiles, dado rails, picture rails, things like that for interior scenes. You can use it to make decorative trim for furniture, and you know, it's a very handy technique to be able to draw something out in a curve and revolve around it. I'll just put a couple of edge loops in here and here as we did on the other one. There we go. And let's see how we're looking. And we're looking pretty square there. You know, I'd be pretty happy with that. I think it's a little bit too big though. So if we jump into the front view, F to focus on the thing we're working on, what we can do is select some faces here. So we'll grab all these and we'll grab these ones at the same time. So Shift and all these, and then we can just press R to scale, and once again hold Control and scale in Y, which will uniformly scale in X and Z, and then we can bring that in so we get the post just a little bit wider than the widest part, because if this was put on a lathe, that's kind of how it would work, I believe. There we go. Let's take a look at this now, and we've got a beautifully turned post with square ends. So let's move that back into position and get it scaled back down, because you know, now it's a little large. And I'll put it side by side. I'll leave you to decide which one you think looks nicer. I just wanted to show you the technique I used to get it back to square position, and you know, I won't bother to duplicate it across and do all the balcony railings. And from here I think we could do, oops, wrong one, maybe a little bit bigger, and get those square ends into place on the railing. There we go. So I'll leave you to decide which one you like the look of best. This one obviously matches the reference more than this one. So again, up to you. I just wanted to show you the technique I was going to use with the grid and the grid snap, which is just hold X, or you can also access all the snapping from up here. I just wanted to show you that little trick to get that back into a square. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to show you in this part was how to do these nice curved pieces. So first off, let's start by laying out just a little bit of this wooden framework here. So I'm going to start with a polycube, and I'm going to bang it roughly into place. Obviously I'll be using the front view on this to get it exactly into place. Okay, that's the top view, sorry, there we go. So you can see here I've got this big wooden beam that goes across the front of the house. So I'm actually going to just scale this up so it's the size of the wooden beam. Then I'll move it roughly into the center so I can scale it again. And there we go, it should be around there. Let me see what happens to the end of that. It bisects with this roof, which is kind of perfect really. So then we need to put in the side beams, so just Control D. I'll duplicate this up, and you know, I'll just use J to snap the rotation. Oh, there we go, and get it into place for the side beam. And it's probably a bit too thick for the side beam. There we go. And scale this one down to its correct size there, somewhere about there. Okay, I won't make precise adjustments. I can of course always grab the vertex and move them about, but should be about right. So then you just go along and duplicate these beams. These interior ones are thinner again, so a little bit thinner, there we go, and duplicate and move. And I mean, this is nothing that we haven't already done, so I'm actually not going to put in, if we look at all the beams here, I'll put those in between the parts. There was one thing I wanted to show you that you might have some problems with, which is this rather nice kind of bent beam that they've got going on here. So if I create a duplicate of this one that we can bend, in order for us to bend it as we've seen before, we're going to have to actually have some subdivisions on this thing. So if I go to the attribute editor, sorry, the channel box, you can see I've got no input for this. I can't actually change the number of divisions on it. Now there are a few ways to add divisions to an object. So we can go up to the add divisions tool actually. So we can just go to mesh and edit mesh and add divisions under faces. Let's pop open its options box, and if we just hit add divisions, it'll just put 1 in there. So we can tweak the options now to get the divisions we want. So let's go back to edit mesh and add divisions, and let's see, let's add linearly. So this will be if we want divisions in U or V. So let's just pop 3 in there and apply that. So now I've got some divisions in the U. I'm probably not gonna, I'll kind of leave that there, doesn't really matter. And I'm going to want quite a few divisions in V because this is quite a long box. So I'm going to actually go for 12 and apply. So let's have a look what's happened there, and that's actually not what we wanted at all. There we go. That's better. Not sure. Of course, because it's reapplying this. We don't want any extra divisions going in U. We just want our 12 divisions in V. So actually that won't let me put, no, actually it will only allow me to do 8. So I'm going to hit apply, and that's given me 8 divisions, and if I hit apply again it will give me another 8. So I don't actually want that many. So let's do another 2, apply, and there we go. So you could have always created a new cube, which if we do that now, so I've got my new cube selected, I would have had the inputs and I could have put the divisions in here. But if you do come across that, there is an add divisions tool that works just fine. Okay, so now we've got this beam and we would like to bend it. So we could now kind of move vertex around and try and use the soft selection tool to get it bent, and all sorts of different ways to do it. But because we are in kind of a tutorial mode, I just want to show you another way, and this would be with an animation deformer. So I'll bring up the marking menu and create deformers, nonlinear, bend. Okay, and if we go to here to the attribute editor, you'll see I've got a curvature option, okay, which is not really bending the way I want it to bend. Now in order to change this, I need to change the bend handle, which if we look in our outliner, I can show you here, bend handle 1. So I'll just rotate the bend handle, and I'll snap its rotation, and I'll just rotate it 90. So if we go back now and bend again with curvature, this time you can see I'm bending the way I want to. Okay, and because of all those subdivisions, I get a nice round bend. So let's go into our front view here and let's have a look at how this needs to be bent. Now you'll notice I'm bending the top and bottom together, which is not necessarily what we want in this case. So this will control the amount of bend on the high end of the bend handle, which is this end of course, and this will control the amount of bend on the low end of the bend handle. So if I put no bend in the low one, I will just then bend the top. Okay, but you'll also notice that the bottom is not bending, and if I put wireframe on here so we can get a better look at this, you'll see that my bottom is not bending, and that's not words I normally say out loud very often, but there we go. So I need to move the bend handle down. So if I come into the outliner again, make sure I have the bend handle selected, I can now move it down, and you'll see that this affects where the bend occurs. So let's go into the front view again, and we can now move this down to where it should start bending, which is about there, and then we can simply change the curvature to try and match the piece we've got there. So I can also move the bend handle left and right, but I don't need to right now. So I think this curve is matched pretty well. We might need to move the actual geometry, which we can of course do, but while it's still got the animation deformer on it, you're going to want to move the geometry and the deformer together. There we go, kind of perfect, that one. In fact, it looks like this whole section might be bent, so I mean an easy way now would be just to rotate it ever so slightly like so, and we're in position. Now if you just select the geometry and decide to move it without the bend handle at the same time, you will of course get results that you might not expect. So again, if you just move the bend handle, that will also give you a result. So you can use with these animation deformers a combination of placement of the handle for the deformer and also the attributes for the deformer. When you are finished, when you've done with your bend, we want to go to Edit, Delete by Type, History, and this will remove the deformer from the geometry. So now it's once again a straight piece of polygonal geometry. So now we could come in and say, okay, we don't need all this faces up here. And just hit delete. Whoops, looks like I missed a few. There we go. And let's go and have a look at that in the perspective view. So there you go. I've got one bent post for my kind of structural decorative support here, and these posts are probably sticking out a bit too far, so you just select everything and shove it back a bit. So what I will do in between these parts is I'm just going to go ahead and basically wherever I see a post here, I'm going to put one in here, just like we did with this. So there'll be a support post underneath. And let me just check my viewport settings because they don't seem to be very high quality. There we go, that's much better. And I'll just turn on the ambient occlusion to make things easier to see. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to just put in those posts. And when I come back, I'll have all of the posts in, and I'll just give you a quick rundown on exactly where I put mine. Hi, sorry for the jump in video, but while I paused the part you were just watching now to put my decorative beams in, I came across a problem with this roof section. So I thought before we ended this part we should actually take a look at it, because the roof itself comes out past the beam. The problem is that this face should be at the same level as the beam, so we're supposed to have an overhang on this roof, and at the moment we simply don't have one. So I'm going to just pull the roof out so we can see its basic structure. And one of the easiest ways for us to get an overhang is to delete this face, of course. And that will create, if we move that back down, that overhang, and then we could put a roof section in here. The problem we're going to run into is at the moment we'll have a nasty lip down here, which we don't want. And also we've got no thickness to this whatsoever. So let's look at a way we can delve in and fix that. So I'm going to model in Toolkit open and go into face selection mode. I'm also going to delete the face from the back and this one here. So we're left with this sort of roof section. I then want to take this roof section and duplicate it. So I'm going to object mode, Control D, duplicate. Then I'm going to scale the new roof section down a little bit. And this will become the basis for our sort of edge to give this some thickness. Now you probably can't see it, we have two-sided lighting turned off, so these faces are the front faces and these faces are the back faces. However, for this one we're going to want the other way around. These faces should not be the front faces because they'll be joined together eventually. These faces should be the front faces. So I'm going to take this, go up to the marking menu, select normals and reverse. Okay. If we'd have tried to join this together with these front faces being on the inside, we'd have run into all sorts of problems. So when you look at a piece of geometry, obviously you don't want to see any of that blackness. So this and this are now in the right position. I can now select both of them, go up to Mesh Combine, which will combine them into one object, and that way when I go to Vertex Selection, I'll be able to select the vertex of both and just scale these in so they're the same. There we go. And the same on the back. And now we can simply use our bridge tool to bridge across here. So edge selection, because we're going to bridge edges, this one and this one, and bridge. Then we're going to have to come in for the top one here. So Q to go back to your selection tool, this one, and G to repeat the last command. This one, and G, there we go. And we're going to have holes down here, which we'll fix in a second. So Q back to the selection tool, this one, and G, and up here, this one, and this one. So I mean the difficulty is here just remembering to reverse the faces on the inside piece, otherwise this bridging tool won't work. Okay, now we can go down and finally close those holes in the bottom. G. And here too. Okay, so that's the whole thing nicely sealed up in one unit. And if we go now to vertex selection, which we could have just clicked here of course, and taken those, and because we're going to scale these back to the same height. There we go. So we don't have a lip like this. Same with this side. Grab them all, scale them in. Okay, and now they're all at the same height. So that's created a roof section. So let's move that back down. And my pivot point is, because I've combined geometry and Maya doesn't quite know what to do, so it's put the pivot point at the center of the grid, so I need to go modify center pivot. I'm going to move this down into the right position. So around here, I reckon. There we go. Oh, it should be about there. Okay, and now we can take the vertex here and move this forward so it's overhanging the wall there just a little bit. Okay, and we'll do the same with the back. So it's just a little bit of an overhang out there. And you know, this might need replacing down a little bit actually. So let's go in and just pop it down a bit. There we go. And that seems about right. Now all we need to do is create a wall section to go in here and in the back. So we'll take a polycube, bring it up here, just get it approximately into position. I can go now to the front view and also see if that roof needs any adjusting. No, it's pretty good to our plan. So let's take this, scale it up. This will be our new roof section. So let's move that into position. And it needs to be a bit bigger. We could have just moved the verts, but this is also fine. And that will be our roof section. So vertex and down here. And this one over to here, and this one over to here. Okay, these might need to come out a little bit. There we go, and there we go. Maybe this one's a bit too far now. And if we look on our perspective, you can see this whole thing is now a little bit too wide. A little bit. There we go. That's more like wall thickness there. And we just pop this in until it's about even with that front beam. We want that front beam to have a little bit of overhang, the same as it does down here. And as I say, don't worry if you're a few millimeters off. As I've said before, it all tends to add up to something a little bit more realistic than something that's absolutely perfect. And now for some reason I can't seem to select that. There we go. And there. So I just duplicated that, and now I'll move it into the back, and there we go. Perfect. So now I've got that roof overhang, and I can continue to put my beams in. So I'll see you in the next part when I'll have all the beams in, and we'll be good to go on these window frames finally. Alright, so thank you for watching, and I shall see you soon. Hi, welcome back. In the last part I said I'd go ahead and put my kind of decorative beam work in that you can see up here, and I've done some on the side here. However, it turned out that there was actually quite a bit more to do than just duplicate a couple of beams. When I started to look at the plans, there's actually some bent beams here and some shaped beams. So rather than just kind of abandoning you mid-lesson to the process, I thought I'd walk you through my entire beam creation placement. And there's things like this needs a lip on it. This piece needs remodeling slightly. So I didn't want to just leave the process half complete and say, you know, welcome back, here's what I've done. So if you've already gone ahead and put your beams in, feel free to work with your own. If not, I'm going to go through the whole process now. So I'm just going to open up the scene here, and I'll open up part 8, which is the part we finished on. So at the moment we created this lip here, and we got these basic beams in just by duplicating, and that's all very simple and very easy. But now we come to this roof, and it's got a curve in it, and also it needs a lip as well. This part of the roof here should be standing further backwards. So if we pull out the roof, we can start to do that. And I'll, as I said, take you through the process of how I made this lip. So I'm going to use the multi-cut tool, and I'm just going to come in here. In fact, for this I can probably put an edge loop around the entire thing. So let's put an edge loop in here, like so, and that will go around all the way, of course. Now I can select the edge, double click, and it will select the entire edge loop. And now I want to shift right click and select the slide edge. So now I can just slide that edge up to about there. I don't want to get it too far out. And now I can W to move it backwards a bit, and then I'll slide it again. So if I press G on the keyboard, the same command will repeat. And I'm just looking for a little lip. So I might have to move it out a bit more and G to slide it again. And with the middle mouse button, there we go. And that should create for me a lip all of the way around. So now I've got my lip created. All I need to do is just select the faces. So one here and one here. W to move, and just, oh, actually I'm going to need to extrude that, because if I move that it will just pull the whole thing about. We don't want that. So extrude here, and there you go. That extrudes out a little lip on that side. Now that might be a bit long, so we can kind of do that. We'll be able to move this later if it is too long. So again, I'm going to select all the faces. Let's go into just face selection mode. Shift, double click up here to select the whole line and extrude. Okay, so now we've got that extrusion on both sides, and that's created for us here a little lip. Now we can throw the roof back into place, and that's given us our lip there. And I need one slight overhang on the front here as well. There we go, which means that I'm now going to need to just take these vertex here. I'm going to make sure I've got them all. Don't think I have. There we go, and just push them back so they bisect the building ever so slightly. And I didn't indeed get them all, so let's try this one more time, folks. There we go. And there, done. Okay, so that was how I did the lip on here this time. It was slightly easier than the one we did up here, but I still wanted to cover it a little bit. Now, the problem we've got is that this beam needs to be slightly further out than this. So what we can do is just select all the verts on this side and whoops, there we go, just get it so there's a slight lip on that support beam there, like so. Okay, there we go, and that's create a recessed area for us to add our beams. Now the first beam we'll need to do is on this, and this has this now interesting curved shape, which is what we wanted, but it means the beam will also have to be curved. So I'm going to take a new piece of geometry. I'm going to come up here, I'm going to pull it out roughly into shape, and this one I'll actually do with the plan. So let's go into one of the side views where I can see the beam that I shall be modeling. I'm not this one, so I'll need the right side, I believe, or the left side. Let's have a look. The right side, there we go, and now I can see this beam. So I'll rotate this piece of geometry I've got, just kind of get it to size here. And what we're looking for is the same curve we've got on the roof. So, you know, we're going to want to follow that pretty well. So just come in for your rotation. And for this I don't need to see the plan, I more need to see my own geometry. So let's just turn off X-ray a second. There we go. And I'm following this curve with this beam. So let's get the beam to size first. Okay, we can always cut it a little bit later if we need to. So there we go. That's kind of what it would look like if it was straight, but we know it's not straight. So let's go ahead and give this some divisions. Now you've seen us do the add divisions tool. In this case, we can still access the inputs for this polycube. So I'll probably go, say, 12 divisions down this way, and maybe 4 and 4. In fact, maybe 12 is not generous enough, maybe 16, because this will be quite bent. So now we can go ahead and use an animation deformer again. So up to create deformers, nonlinear, bend. Okay, there we go, and the animation deformer's coming straight. Now we need it to be at the same angle that this is, so we're going to have to rotate the animation deformer. There we go, should be about right. And now we can go into the attribute editor and start to bend that. But unfortunately it's bending the wrong way, as you can see. So we'll also need to rotate the animation deformer. So if I hold J just to lock its rotation, and there we go, perfect. Alright, so let's go into the front view and get this bent into shape. Sorry, into the side view and get this bent into shape. So kind of one, and again I'm gonna have to move this, so remember moving both the object and the animation deformer. And now I can see where the edge of the roof is. So this one is kind of fine. This one needs to bend a little more actually, but I think that if we just rotate the object itself, we'll get a more precise kink on that. Okay, so that's pretty good. That's matching that line pretty well. Yeah, and we've got some problems up here, so let's take a look on the perspective view and just move this into place. Okay, so that actually, we're going to want to push that in further because, you know, we need a lip there, so we need this little lip. Okay, and actually that's not bad. To fix this top part, rather than you know, playing around with the animation deformer all day, I'm just actually going to grab these verts and push them backwards and down a little bit. So actually this is probably better with soft selection on. So we go to modeling tools, and actually if we double click here on our move tool, I'll use the soft selection here. Okay, so now we've got some soft selections. Now I can push down, there we go. And I'll just grab these top vertices and give them a shove. And our beam fits into place there quite nicely. There we go. Done. So, whoops, I got some verts out at the top. Let's just fix that. Just these ones. Shove them down. There we go. So, you know, that fits. It's got the same kink as the roof, which is nice. We need to come in here and actually fix up this bottom bit. So I'm going to select all these bottom vertices. I'm going to hit B to turn off soft selection. And I would like to scale these on the horizontal, but as you can see, my axis is aligned to the object. I want it aligned to the world. So if we go and double click our scale tool, we'll bring up the settings for it. Now if we click align to local, you'll see that it goes this way. Align to object, it matches the object. So this can be very handy when you want to do something like this. Okay, so they are now straightened out. Let's have a look. Actually, this would be a better demonstration if we grabbed it and pulled it out so you can see what's going on. There we go. And that just kind of straightened these up. So vertex, grab them all and scale them. Okay, and scale them pretty flat. Now when I put it back in, I can also scale them outwards a bit just to bring them sort of back into line where they should be. There we go, pretty good. Nice. Now, you know, the nice thing about doing these oak beams is they should never be perfect anyway. So let's go up here and, yeah, that's not bisecting the roof. That's kind of perfect at the moment. Just pull it out there. And they're a bit low, so vertex, whoops, right object of course, and select them all and push them up. And this way a bit, just to keep them in line. There we go. There we go, that should just about do it. So, there was that beam there, which was a bit of a pain. Now you've got another one to do here as well. And let's get that one done while we are doing these. So I'm pretty happy with that. It's a bit kinked up there. What I'd probably fix that actually. So let's select this edge and just move it until it's a bit, oh, and let's just move that until it's a bit more in line and a bit more straight. There we go, much better. Okay, perfect. So that's that beaming, funny shaped one. So we've got another one to do over here. So let's just, we're just going to continue to use the animation deformer really. It's a very handy tool for this type of thing. And you'll notice now that if I rotate this, for instance, so I'm going to rotate this object and scale, my scale is going to be all wrong way around. You wouldn't expect it to do this. And that's because the scale tool is still on local and not on object. So if you're finding you've got some funny scaling issues, you can either just go in and reset the tool, or it should be set to object, where you'll get the correct scaling. So let me just undo that lot and move this back out. So now when I hit scale, you'll see that it's fine, and when I rotate the object and hit scale, I can scale outwards like I would normally be able to. So let's see about getting this into position now. Now we've got all our scaling tools working again, and I'm just going to basically line this up by eye, and you'll see that it's never going to quite fit because this is curved, but that's exactly what we want to do now, curve our piece of geometry here. So for this one, if I refer to the original plans, okay, I can't see it on that side, but I imagine it goes down kind of to here to match up with these support blocks. So I'll just shove it in, and I can see it's got a little lip on it. Maybe this whole lot actually should have a bit more of a lip. Let's move both of these this way. There we go, perfect. Now I can really see that lip, but it's not bent, and again that's a bit of a shame because we've done this one and this one. So let's just go in and add again to our channel box. I think we said 12 and no, that's too many there. Okay, so that should be enough to kind of bend this, and I don't have to be perfect with this one. I should bend it in a bit. So here we go. Let's go to animation deformers, create deformers, nonlinear bend, and once again we're gonna I had both of those selected when I applied the deformer. So you'll notice something has a deformer applied to it because it goes purple as it just did. So create deformers, nonlinear bend, and back to the attribute editor, and let's see which way this curves. So it's the wrong way, not a problem for us now. We'll just grab it, J to lock the rotation, pull it up 90 degrees, and I should be able to then bend. Actually, I don't think that bend handle was quite at 90 degrees. It wasn't. So just snap it back one, and now we can bend. Okay, and in this case, the bend should be coming that way. Or should it? No, it should be going the other way. It should be going that way, of course. Alright, so that looks about bendy enough to me. You can spend a bit more time and be more precise. But to be honest with you, that will just about do it, really. I just want to give the impression that it's bent outwards there. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Going to need to shove it backwards just a little bit. There we go. So yeah, that'll do it. That kind of fits in with the same bend we've got on the roof there. Perfect. Alright, so that was some of the problems I ran into. Basically that this roof needed a lip on, and we had to bend these bars. So I'm just going to go ahead now and put all the rest of the beams for this roof in. So I'll grab one of these and just Control D, and this time I'll just do it on camera, just in case any problems would pop up. So let's go into a side view and X-ray and move these into position. Now this one's going to be a little large, so we'll just scale it inwards a bit till it matches the dimensions there. And there's one there, and Control D, there should be one here, and Control D, finally one here, I believe. although our plan is getting a bit cluttered now. Let's have a look. Okay, there's one, pretty good. Two went here, and you can see normally when I select some geometry it is green, the wireframe. I mean, when I select this, if I hit the bend handle, you'll see it go purple. Let me just pop open the outliner. There we go. And you'll see it's gone purple. So you can tell if something's got a deformer on it. When you select the handle, it will go purple. So I need to pull this one out a bit further. Okay, that should be it. Alright, and I've put a cube in there, which is obviously for the other side of the building. Let me just check what that is. Yeah, so this one's unnecessary actually. And that gives me my 2 across there, which is good. So that was for this side of the building, I think, folks. So let's go ahead and duplicate these 2. Control D, and just shove them to the other side of the building. That should give us a bit of a starting point. There we go. And now I'm going to go to the plan and see, whoops, we need a beam in here. So Control D. And most of this is pretty simple, just duplicate, move, line it up. But you know, there was some bits that required extra attention. And I'm just going to put that so it marries up. Say about here. And vertex. Just grab those back birds, pull them forward a bit. Not strictly necessary. Whoops. That was poorly done. Just a second. There we go. Okay, forward. There we go. Not strictly necessary, but I don't want more geometry hanging about than I actually need. So let's just pull these in and make sure they're recessed to the main support beam. And here there would be another one there. I think that was what I saw on the plans. Let's have a look. Okay, so this is the plan for this side. And it looks like we've got these in the wrong place. So that's okay. I thought they would be in the same place on both sides, but apparently they're not. So let me just hide some of this other stuff so we can get a good look at. So we're not going to need this roof section in here. So I'm going to Control H to hide that. And what we've got there is the bend deformer, and I'm just going to hide that too. We don't actually need it right now, but you know, and I'm going to come along, I'm going to hide these as well. It's just to help us out a little bit, you know, in place in our geometry. Alright, now let's have a look at where these wooden beams should go. So it seems like, and of course that's going to be an issue. So I'm going to hide the main building itself. Okay, and then we'll be able to get a better look at the plan. Alright, perfect. So I can see now I've got a wooden beam that comes down to here. And I still have that animation handled, so let's get rid of that. There we go. So I got this wooden beam that comes down to here. And this one that comes down to here. Whoops, there we go. And these ones appear to be a bit smaller. Okay, and then I'll have one probably here as well. Let's have a look. Yeah, that seems to make sense. And then we've got this slightly bent beam here. So let's take a look at the main plan and see if that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So let's move them into position. Perfect. Okay, and now just this one bent beam, which we'll use the animation deformer for. So just going to come in and make sure that those three are in. They are. Okay, so now we've just got basically the one beam to put across there. So let me break a new cube out here. and up we go, over, and I'm just going to get it loosely into position, and then of course I will put it together in the side view. Okay, so let's go into the side view here, and this time I'm going to grab these top vertex, whoops, not on that, and I'm going to move them over here like so, and I'm just going to scale these around so they're straight that way, good enough, and I'm going to push them through the board here. So this is another way to do this, you know, or to get a beam that you can start with. So this is not really going to be thick enough right now, so up here, and whoops, there we go. We'll just pull this one out a little bit like so. So, you know, you can do it either way. You can use the vertex to pull it into shape. You can use a combination of scale or rotate. I just wanted to show you there was actually another way of doing it. Now we need to add some edge loops to this to, you know, get the bend deformer to work right. And we've looked at adding divisions with the add divisions. We've looked at adding divisions through the poly inputs. And this probably won't work now. Even though it gives us the option to do it, it's probably not a good idea to, because we've pulled its vertex around. A lot of the time that's not going to work for you. You can modify and center the pivot of the object. You can then edit, delete by type its history, and you'll see there that now you've done that, you don't have the option to anymore add extra subdivisions. So, you know, you can try it. It may work, but most of the time probably not. So there you go. Okay, so I'm going to delete the history on this thing anyway. I normally delete the history on an object when I no longer need anything that's been done to it. So if I was to bevel this and I was happy with that, then I would delete the history. It saves Maya dealing with a bunch of history and other stuff. So now we've got this and we want to add some divisions. So we could go into mesh, edit mesh, sorry, and add some divisions along the faces. But for this, I just want a few divisions. So I'll just go into the modeling toolkit, grab the multi-cut tool, and just throw in, I'll hold down shift, and I'll throw in a few divisions along this edgeway here. I'm not being too precise, I'm just kind of throwing some in, and then I'll be able to just go object mode and bend deformer. So nonlinear bend. There we go. And it's going to need rotating into place, so we'll just pop it into place. And it's actually going to need moving a little bit in this case. There we go. So let's have a look under the attribute editor now and see what sort of bend we're getting. We had some curvature and it's the wrong way, so rotate this, and let's just J to lock its rotation, and there we go, curvature, and we just want to bend this about slightly, so it's slightly bent in the middle here. And let's actually want to move the geometry and the bend handle together. Okay, rotate, there we go, and that's close enough. You know, some architectural bits of the plan you'll need to follow extremely well, like where the walls are, but this beam is a little more bent here, but you know, I kind of like it how it is. So R to scale those back straight. Whoops. Sorry, it seems every time I miss something with the mouse today, it misses. There we go, and then we can move them down and a little bit across, just to sort of create a little bit more organic shape here to this wooden beam. So, you know, you can use the bend deformer to get you most of the way there and then do a little bit of editing by hand if you want. For instance, I can come in now, turn on the soft selection, move this more into place. There we go. So, you know, take your time. You can pretty much get any shape of beam you want with those two techniques. And we'll shove this in here now where it should go. And these are probably a bit far forward, although it's difficult to say without the rest of the building being in there. So, as I still haven't cleaned up my outliner, which is not good practice, it's not a good habit to get into. I don't need to unhide that. So let's just go Shift and H to unhide everything. And I still seem to be missing a fairly big chunk of the building. Okay. There we go. There it is. Alright, so it's back. We've got this bent beam here. We've got these side support beams on. We've got this one here, and I'm going to delete its history to get rid of its bend deformer. So delete by type history. There we go. We need to put a support beam in along the bottom there. It's looking rather empty. So RJ. And there we go. Now the other thing I did with my beams, or I will be doing with my beams, is beveling them out. So I'm going to bevel them out so they catch the light at render time a bit. Also, these wooden beams are not really going to have these razor sharp edges. So, you know, I'm just going to select the back vertex of this piece of wood here and shove them forward. There we go. So, you know, we need to look at beveling these out. We need to look at placing them a bit better because, you know, now that this has come out a bit and I've got those beams that I put in there, they're actually inside the building, as you can see, so I'll have to grab those. Now this is where it gets important to start naming stuff as you go along, because right now I've just got a bunch of polycube names. So this time in between the parts I shall rename all that. Let's bring that one out. There we go. And this one out. And there we go. Another nice thing is that this beam would be on top in this case, I think. There we go. So grab these three. And you know, you can spend, as I've said many times before now, some time getting the spacing right so these would come out a bit more and this would come out a bit more. You know, I'm not going to do everything on camera. There we go. Now another nice thing is where these two pieces intersect, I'm going to take the vertex of this one and I'm going to move it like so, and I don't want soft selection on there, so press B to clear the soft selection. And I'm just going to get them so they're just joined up. I don't want them to intersect, a bit like this one is not quite touching this one. Then at render time, you know, this will give us a tiny gap in between the pieces, which you might not think would make a lot of difference, but it can add a hint of realism. Just gives you a differentiator between the beams. So I think these ones are pretty good. And another way I'm going to achieve this different look between the beams is I'm simply going to bevel the edges. And what that will do is, as I've said, allow the render engine to catch the light, but it'll also create a tiny gap here. So if I just grab one of these pieces now and go to Edit Mesh Bevel, I believe, no, it's under Mesh Tools now, sorry. Where are you? Bevel Tool. We don't want to use the Bevel tool. This will allow us to work individually on a single edge at once. So, you know, it's quite nice for certain occasions, but I want to bevel the whole thing in one go. So let's Edit Mesh Bevel, should be here. Face, there we go, Edge Bevel, done. So you can see that's created a bevel all the way around the cube, and because we beveled that edge, it's now lifted off here ever so slightly. So I'm just going to go around and hit G to bevel all of our pieces. Okay, that one hasn't been done yet, and let's get this one and these ones. Now it's for pieces like this that an individual bevel will come in handy, because if I hit this and click bevel now, you'll see all those inside faces have also been beveled. This creates too much unnecessary geometry for me. So I'm going to go ahead and double click and select the edge and just hit G just to bevel that edge, and G just to bevel that edge, come up here, G to bevel this one, and down, and G to bevel that one. So instead of having tons of extra geometry, we only get the bevels we actually need. Now the same thing would be done on these pieces. So edge and G to bevel it out, and G to bevel it out. Okay, now if you're getting much bigger bevels than this, what you can have a look at is the settings of the bevel tool. So if we go into Mesh and sorry, edit mesh. They've moved these around recently, so bevel, and I've got my bevel width set at 0.5. Now if I set that for 0.05, sorry, if I set that for sort of 0.8 and select something to bevel, let's do this other one. So no, I've already done that one. Let's just grab this edge here, and if I bevel now, you'll see I get a much bigger bevel. So if you're getting a bigger bevel, go into your bevel settings and just change this to whatever you're comfortable with. For me it was 0.05 was enough. Might go 0.08 just to give some slightly different bevels, and there we go, slightly bigger bevel there. So I come in, select the whole cube, G and G, and really I think that's all of my posts beveled up now. It is. And now we just need to put the posts on the top. In fact, you know, this edge needs beveling, all of these posts here. So just G, 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 and this will make quite a bit of a difference to your final look. And that should be fine. You can see at the top here that now you'll get this gap, but without there actually being a gap, because we wouldn't want light going through this. I mean, these beams are very solidly connected, but they wouldn't necessarily be razor sharp. So this just helps sell it a little bit come render time. Now you can also, if you want, sort of bevel the edges of this, but this is going to be covered in tiles, so it's really not necessary. So we're looking pretty good here. You know, some work needs to be done on spacing. This could go a bit backwards, maybe. There we go. But I'm going to actually wait until the model is almost complete, and then I'll go around and do a final spacing check. Now we still need to add the beams here. We got them there, we got them there. We need some on here. But again, this one is pretty simple, I think. Let's go and take a look in the side view. Oops, need that full view. And let's have a look from side. So let's have a look, panels, and in fact I'll just bring the plans up in front of me here because I can see them a bit better. Okay, so this one just has 4 beams coming down. That's easy enough. We can just do that by eye because I know where they are. We've got one. Should have a Control D. I'm not sure what happened to our beam there. Might have accidentally gotten rid of it at some point. So I'm going to need 1, 2, and 3 in the corner, and then finally 1 here. So I'll just Control duplicate this. I will pull it up, get it in position, Control duplicate again, put 1 in the middle of the doorway again, put 1 here on top of this beam, and again, and 1 will go here in the corner. So this was fairly easy. Just now grab the vertex on these, pull them down, and get them into place. So I think that about does us for beams. We've got a few more to put on here, but they're no problem whatsoever. Okay, you get that. Just grab these, pull them down. There we go. And the same. So I think we're finally at a point now where I can go and just add the last few beams and see you in the next part. I did run across a few problems, as I said, when I was adding these beams in with these curved beams and this curved beam, and the fact that we needed to make the overhang for here. So I think I was a bit premature last time when I said that I would just finish it off. So now I think, though, just a couple of beams to go in up here. So I will see you in a moment when I've done that, and hopefully if you're following along you'll have taken care of it too. So thanks for watching. Sorry about the extra work with these decorative edges, but I really think that they make the house at the end of the day. You know, they really give it that nice kind of German country house feel. So I'll be back, and thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we did these decorative beams along the outside of the house along with the main support beams, And I've taken the liberty of going in and just placing these last few up here. Now these were really easy to do. All I've done is use the square beveled boxes, like so. There was one part with a little clip in it, as you can see. So I've just taken an edge loop here and one here, and then really just grabbed the vertex and pulled them in. I've also tidied this up quite a bit, so all of my beams now terminate where they should. And that beveled lip will give us the tiniest of gaps, so it'll just give us the impression that these are actually separate beams instead of one piece. So if we look down here, I've done it here. I've actually gone round to the side where we put these beams in and made them separate beams. And again, I've just grabbed the vertex and pulled them into place. So I've done the same. Let's have a look around here too. You can see that these no longer bisect and terminate here. They now terminate where they should. And I've taken the time to make sure the bottoms are all correct too. So, you know, this one as well, just made sure that it was terminated in the right place. So that's just little niggly bits that can take a bit of time that I didn't want to do on camera. But really you should have something that looks like this now. I provided the scene file for every step of this tutorial as well, so if you want to pop mine open and take a look at where I eventually placed all of these and how I kind of just tweaked them a bit just so the fit was nice. I've also decided to use those square railings that we went to the trouble of making here, so I've just copied those over, duplicated those over, and that's basically where we left off. So, you know, our house is looking pretty attractive now. It's really coming into shape and starting to look like a house. Now, the next big thing we've got to tackle are these window frames. They're actually quite easy. We're going to have to make certain assumptions because the architectural plans we have are not very detailed on these. So, you know, I'm just going to model in the basic shape of the window frame, and I want to model it so it's reusable, because I don't want to model this window frame and then this one and then this one and then this one and then this one. I want to use the same frame for pretty much everything. So I also want to add some shutters, some exterior window shutters. So if we take a look at this image, I thought these were rather attractive. They're not on the original plan, but I quite liked them, and I think they'll give us a little extra something on the outside of the house. So without me talking anymore, let's go ahead and get those shutters made. Oh yeah, one last thing. I went and cleaned up my outliner. And you should have been doing this from the start. Actually, I should have been doing this from the start, should I say. But sometimes I'll model for a bit and then clean up a little later. And you always want to make sure that you don't go too far into the process, as I mentioned. And now when I hand this off to my UV guy, or you know, if somebody else is going to texture it, or really if I'm just giving the model to a friend, now they won't have to kill me. You know, now it's all nice and organized. Okay, so let's pop into the foreview and build out this first window frame. Okay, so we're going to work on this one first, and I'm going to use a polyplane modeling technique. So I'm going to start off with a simple polyplane. Now, as you've seen in Maya, there's more than one way to do things. There's, you know, myriad of ways. But I quite like just starting with a simple polyplane, and I thought so. I got the rotation on that a bit wonky, so let's go in. And my rotate tool, it's actually been set to a different coordinate system. So if I double click the rotate and reset the tool, you can see now it behaves more like the rotate tool as we were expecting it to. So that is one thing, as I said in the last part. Make sure that your move axis, when you're using the move tool or rotate mode, is in the right mode. So you'll be able to tell that this is aligned to local because my rotate axis moves with it. If I align it to world, it'll simply stay where it is. Okay, and this can be handy in various different situations, like I mentioned when we were doing some of these beams, but in general you can always go back, reset your tool, and you'll be just fine. Okay, so I've got that to 90 degrees, and I'm going to get it basically to the right shape. I'm going to move it here in the perspective view so it's in approximately the right position, and then I'm going to go to the attribute editor, the channel box, and take away some of these subdivisions. Okay, because we don't need them, we're going to put our own in. Alright, I'll get rid of my tool settings box, so I've got more space to work with. And in this case, I'm just going to take the vertex, and I'm going to move them to where the top of the window frame would be. And then I'm going to move them to where the bottom of the window frame would be. There we go. And I'm going to move them out to the side. This overhang I'll actually add a bit later, so I don't want to make that part of the main frame just yet. And there we go. So now I'm going to have to make some decisions about where I want these inner edge loops. So I'm going to just surround the window in a box for a start. But what I'm not going to do is put in these central posts, because all of our windows have kind of a different central post location, and I want to be able to reuse this basic design. So let's go to our multi-cut tool, Control, of course, to insert an edge loop, one there, and we're going to need these side parts here, one there and one there. Okay, so that gives us a basic box window frame. Now if I go back to selection mode, put it into face mode, we're obviously not going to want the faces in this cube, in this plane. So now we've just got this basic square. So I'm going to now extrude outwards from this to create some depth within it. So if we go to our face selection, this one, this one, this one, this one and this one, and hit extrude, we've now got some depth, and I missed one. So I'm going to just Control Z, select this face and extrude again. There we go. We've got some depth. Now I tend to make my window frames a little bit thicker than the width of the wall, so I'm going to make this one a bit thicker. There we go, about there. Now we know we've got some side bits on this window, these bits, so I'm going to select these faces, one here and one here, and I'm going to also extrude those. So actually I must have misselected one again, sorry about this folks. Okay, and let's make sure we got them both. Extrude, and that looks about right to me. We'll check it out in the side view in a second. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so again these faces, because these also stick out a little bit, and this one, and shift select this one, extrude, and not quite so far on these ones. Okay, so there we go. We've got a very basic window shape out of a polygon plane. Now I can come in, grab these vertex here, and I'm going to pull those in so they make that kind of slanted lip there. Okay, and there we go. So it seems like I have an extra edge loop here from our extrusions, so once again, if it's not necessary, you don't want it. So double click, delete edge. That should be fine without that. Double click, delete edge. Okay, and now I can come in and really start to tweak this vertex here and here and here and here. There we go, that looks about right to me. Okay, so that's the basic window frame. If I shove it into the building now, you can see that that's where it would sit. But you know, we got a problem. I think that this would extrude a bit further than the side beams, and again with the bottom window sill lip we need a sill there. So just very simple modeling techniques. We're going to go into face mode, and 1, 2, 3, and in fact if you select the first one and double click the last one, you'll get them all, and then extrude, and that's extruded for us a little window ledge there, and the same thing along the top, Q, and 1 and 2, and we're going to extrude the same lip along the top, so you know, around there. Okay, and that is the very, very basic shape of our window frame. Now we can go in from here and start beveling the edges out to get it to look a bit nicer. But really, before I do that, I just want to look and see at a real window frame. So, you know, this is okay, this looks quite nice, but I get the feeling that there'd be some additional components to this. So I'm just going to bring up an image of a real window frame. So if we look here at a real window frame, and obviously this one's a bit simpler than the one we're making, but it's got this inner lip that goes around this part where the windows would be. So let's create that, and again multi-cut, and we'll just put an edge loop in here, about there, and then we'll take the faces, so face selection mode, there we go, and Q to clear the multi-cut tool. And I'm going to now, actually that's not gonna create the little lip that I want, I'm going to have to put another loop in. So again, another loop here, and one about there. And now we can go to face selection. There we go, and one, and double click there, and it should select the whole edge loop all the way around. Now I can simply extrude that lip outwards, and we've got a nice inner lip on our window frame. Just gives it a little bit more detailing and a little bit more kind of believability there. Okay, so a little extra details here and there always help, and let's now bevel the edges of this. So as we've done before with a bit of beveling, we've either beveled individual edges or we've taken all of the edges at once and beveled them. Now, it depends on how lazy you're feeling, really. Sometimes it's okay to bevel the whole thing, and sometimes you want a bit more control. So I'm going to select all of these edges like so, and just hit bevel. So edit mesh and bevel. There we go. Done. Now I've got a tiny little bevel here, and I actually want a bigger one for this. So I'll go to the attribute editor. I'll select this in object mode, and I should see there poly bevel, which I can then just pull out the fraction of bevel. So there we go, a little bit bigger for me. And that's good. Now I've got the decision of what else to bevel. So basically the bottom here, edge. So I'm going to click that, whoops, double click that, shift click, double click, and shift click. And that will select the whole edge there, G to repeat the last bevel. And you'll see I've got that very small bevel again. So if I go into my bevel options, like I've said before, and set this to maybe 0.2. Okay, so that will be fine. Apply, close. But now, if I re-bevel this, you'll see it gets a much bigger bevel because it's now beveling at 0.2. So I'm going to bevel this and this. So G bevels out nicely there in the corners. Okay, and this will definitely be beveled, so it catches the light nicely for the window frame. So you see I'm just using G there to repeat the last command. And I'm going to double click this whole edge loop and go ahead and bevel it. I'm not going to bother with anything that's inside the window, but I might just bevel this inner edge loop there as well. And of course this one, and this one. Okay, so now we've created kind of the basic shape of our window frame. I want to go ahead and put that into a few of the other windows. Okay, so let's have a quick look on our plan and see where else this basic shape is going to fit. Because I'm a firm believer in reusing as much as possible. So it's not going to fit on our big sort of bay window, so we're out of luck there, but it will fit over here. And that's why I didn't put these middle slats in, because now I can control duplicate this, move it over here, grab the vertex on one side, whoops, wrong thing, hang on, let me see where that has got to, and it's shoved it inside the building, there we go. So grab the vertex here and just move them into position. So the window is going to be about there and about there. So there we go, there's another window frame we used it for. Now this one looks a little smaller at the top, but that's okay because now we can bring it down. It needs to go down a little bit here, and these edges don't stick out quite so far on the plan, so pull it in a bit, there we go, and there we go. So that's saved this model in one frame there. We can reuse it a little bit here as well. So let's duplicate this one across. Control D, and it fits in there quite nicely. Now we're going to have to do some modification, but that's okay. Get it sort of into shape here. And right now our window frame kind of comes to an end here and here. So let's go back to object mode and our modeling toolkit, and we'll just use the multi-cut tool to cut it. Whoops, wrong one. Backspace and Q and multi-cut. Sorry, I forgot to press Control when I was looking at that. So let's cut this around here, let's say, and around here. And face mode, Q to go back to selection and delete. And then we've got half of this frame built out. So we've got, you know, with pretty minimal effort there, quite a decent bit of the frameage built out. Okay, and what about this upstairs window here? Could we reuse it for that? Yes, we could. So Control D, move it up, and let me make this larger, and I'll just now move this up so that it's at the bottom of the window frame. There we go. And I'll take the vertex, I'm going to move this down, and this is once again a little thinner on these smaller windows, so that should be about right. And inwards and inwards. So about there. Okay, so we actually managed to, from this one simple design, get 1, 2, 3, 4 of our windows, you know, half done. And you know, we need to build the inside of the window parts too, along with those window frames that I was talking about. But that's looking pretty nice. We should go back a bit further. There we go. You just want this actual frame part just slightly proud. So, you know, I'm going to have to come in and do a bit of tweaking here. Okay, and then there was the other one we managed to use it for over here. There you go. Very simple modeling there has put in a whole bunch of our frames. So when we come back in the next part, we'll look at making the inside parts for the window and these parts down here. We'll look at, you know, continuing this on to finish off the doorway and putting in the windows we don't have. So this one here, and I believe there's some small windows in between these pillars. We've also got the big bay window to build out and the window shutters to do. So once again, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left off with our simple window frame here, and in this part, before we start to do anything else, I just want to make this scene look a bit nicer. I want to give myself a bit of a differentiation between these. So first things first, let's group these and call them window frames. And I want to give these a different shader. So let's just go to assign new material, and I'm going to give them a Lambert. And I'm just, whoops, let's just go to material attributes and make them a whiter color, just so they stand out a bit. And I'm going to do the same thing with the house beams. So I'm going to come in here, assign a new material, and once again a Lambert. This is just for us at the viewport, and I'm going to make him a bit darker. So now we can start to see some of the little detailing on our house, and I want to come in. We've got an awful lot of geometry on these bent pieces, and it's not really necessary. So I can come in and actually start to take some of this geometry out. Now you can skip this step if you want. There's a quick way to do this in Maya now. We can just go in and go mesh, reduce, and that will reduce the geometry while retaining the shape. Now you can do that as many times as you want. Eventually it won't be able to retain its shape anymore. I'm just going to double click these and hit delete edge, because those edges are not necessary. And I'm going to once again just press G, whoops, which will repeat the last command, which in this case was delete edge, which will delete the whole thing. So we're actually going to have to go up to mesh reduce. There we go. I mean, I might be able to reduce this one again. Let's have a look. And then it starts to get a bit jagged, and if I do it again, yeah, it's still not bad. If you're doing low poly game modeling, you definitely get away with this. You'd still need to take out this edge and probably this one too, But you know, the mesh reduce command can be quite helpful. I'm going to leave mine there. I don't have to be too paranoid about how many polygons I've got in the scene. I'm just going to come in and delete these edges. I just like to keep things as neat as possible for the texturing stage. So again, the same thing goes with these. I think these have got too much geometry on them. I'll just do one, just as an example. But as I look at this, it's got an extra line across it. So the first thing that can go is that. Don't need it. It's not helping the shape at all. In fact, these are nice and evenly spaced, so we get a nice smooth shape. If we have, you know, odd edge loops, then it can help. Yeah, well, actually, it can hinder that smoothness. So let's just try a mesh reduce on these. See if we can get this a bit lower. We can. Looks pretty much exactly the same to me. So actually, no, it's lost all its shape at the top. So it looks like, you know, these are about as low as they can go without us doing a lot of work on them. So I would just come in and get rid of that extraneous edge. And again, not a big thing, but you know, these little things can end up adding up a bit. So anyway, I won't do that now, as we'll be bored to tears. So we're going to start now by working on our inner window frames. I just want to finish this window doorway combination thing first. So we've got where we cut it down here. Now I've had a look at it, and what we've done is we've left a big hole in it. So the first thing we need to do is bridge up this hole. So let's just edge mode and here, and I'm going to click on the modeling toolkit, and then I want to come in, make sure I get the right edge to bridge across to, and just hit bridge. There we go. It's nicely bridged. And let's do the same on the other side. And make sure we get the right one, and bridge. Okay, now I want to straighten these up. So let's go to vertex, whoops, Q to arm the selection tool, and just scale these back to straighten them up. There we go, straight. And the same with these ones, straighten them up. Oops, I must have forgotten to select some there, or missed some in the selection process. So here we go, there we go, straight. Alright, so both of those are straight, magic, and now let's pop into the front view and we'll be able to see how the door frame is actually laid out. So I can see on this that this should go up to about here, and this should go, whoops, this should go to about here. And then we've got what looks like a couple of large posts in here, which makes sense because we've got, you know, a lot of large posts in this house. So let's Control D this one and move it down here, and just kind of get it into shape. There we go, and maybe a little smaller on this side. Okay, and this is going to go into some sort of step here by the look of it. And we'll want to go up here to meet that. Actually, we want to go all the way up to where it's indicated. Whoops, wrong one. So object mode, Control D, and blast that across, and that should give us a basic frame for the door. So let's take these two and move them backwards, get them into position so we can see what's what. And these would be just kind of bisecting there, I think, which leaves us with a little bit of a windowsill here, but we do have a hole in there. Now bridging across this hole will be a pain in the backside, so I'm just going to use the fill hole command. So I'm going to go to edge and select the whole edge loop by double clicking, and then go mesh fill hole. Now this would cause us some problems if we were ever going to smooth this window, but as we're not, then it's not really an issue for us. So again, let's come in and select this, and we want mesh and fill hole. There we go. Now we seem to have created some extra divisions on this when we bridged. So if I bring up the history for the item, I should be able to see a bridge there, bridge edge 1, no, bridge edge 2, division 7. That should have actually been divisions 0. So, you know, when you've got this history, you can always go back in if you've made a mistake, or in this case I've made a mistake. You know, no problems whatsoever. Alright, so there's the basic frame of that. Let's bring in a polycube to act as a little step. And I'll just move this up in the side view, and scale it just out to where the step seems to be here. Okay, and I think the step would probably be slightly wider than the actual frame. That seems to make sense to me, and it's probably going to be a bit longer too. There we go. So that just gives us a little step up onto the back door there, or the entrance to the kitchen, or whatever that room would be. I'm just going to bisect it completely. There we go. Okay, now depending on how high that is, you could always put an edge loop across it and turn it into a step. So if we go to modeling tools and multi-cut, we'll hold control. Let's get somewhere in the middle, like so. Select this face. And now you can kind of scale this face inwards. So in fact, if we use extrude, easier way to do this actually is to select the other face, hit extrude it up a little bit, so about to here, and then grab the whole object and scale it down till it's the correct size. You know, just to make yourself there a little step bit taller. Okay, there we go, that should be perfect. So, you know, you can come in now and readjust the height of your step, you know, do the initial scaling a bit different depending on the look you're going for, but that seems about right to me for a little step up into the kitchen. So what we need to do now is start making the interior of these windows, and I'll just select these two and assign the material to them. So Lambert 3, that should be. There you go, give them the same white material as the rest of the frame. Actually, what is this? That's Lambert. Let's have a look what Lambert is on there. Yeah, Lambert 3, so I'm not quite sure why they assign Lambert 3. There we go. So just so I can differentiate window frames from walls and whatnot. So first things first, let's make a simple window frame. So again, I'm going to use the polyplane method to start off with. You know, when we did the roofs, we used the polycube, but this time I'm pretty much just going to use polygon planes. Now, I'm not too bothered about the scaling for right now. I just want to come in and make sure we have only one division, and now I can go into the side and I can kind of model out one of these basic windows. And again, we're going to have to make a few assumptions because we don't have detailed plans to follow. So let's just get it about the right size to around there, and then I'll just, because if you look at this, most of these window panes are actually the same size. This one is, this one is, this one, this one, this one. All of these, maybe not because that's the bay window, but these two certainly are. These three here, these two. So, you know, we're dealing with a lot that can be just easily replicated. Now, you get the basic size of these pretty accurate. Okay, so that would seem to be about right, and again, while reference is a bit pixelated, so we don't actually know for sure, but you know, you can make a fairly educated guess. So let's come up here, control, let's make some side edges to our windows. There we go. And now we'll need to make a center part, 1 and 2. And now we can come down and just 1, 2, 1, 2, and 1 and 2. There we go. So now we've got a kind of basic frame. We can come in, go to face mode, and start deleting out these center faces where the window panes would be. And I've actually forgotten. Look, you can see I don't have a support across the bottom there. So before I do that, I'll just go back to select the object itself, and there we go, lost it, there it is. So multi-cut tool again, and let's just make sure that we've got a top and a bottom to our window. There we go, 1 and 1, and now we can get rid of these inside faces. Okay, so if I look at that in the perspective view right now, you can see it's just a basic simple frame. So what we can look at now, if I come in here and just hit extrude, you know, that's not going to do anything. I need to select the faces first, of course. So whoops, I'm on the extrude tool, so let's get on the selection tool and extrude. And that extrudes me out my basic window frame. Okay, I mean it doesn't really get any more simple than that. And if we want this to look a bit nicer, we can of course just bevel the whole object. So mesh, edit mesh, and we want to do an edge bevel. There we go. Okay, so your basic bog standard window frame, and in this case, if we take this up and move it into position, we can get a look at what it looks like. So I've got one there. Let's just slot it into the frame, and Control D, slot this one in. Should fit. And Control D and Control D. So there we go. We might have to do some fine adjustments. I think these center ones were actually a little bit smaller. So I'll grab them both, hit R, and scale them both at the same time. So kind of there. Perfect. Alright, and this one would be around here on ours, and this one around here. Okay, let's have a look at that. So now our window really starts to come together. We need the support edges in the middle here, but that's really no problem. Let's just take a polycube to build those out and bring it here and get it basically into position. And grab its vertex, shove them up towards the top of the frame and then towards the bottom. There we go, that should be about right. And then I can kind of tweak it inwards a little bit and a little bit. And the frame that was originally specified for the building looked a tiny bit thicker, but I really don't think anyone's going to notice that much. Okay, so let's go here, and these are probably now a bit wide, so grab them both and scale them. You know, and I think both of these will probably be beveled too. So I'm just going to hit Edit Mesh Bevel. There we go. And then I'm going to move them back into position. So I'm going to kind of pull these out a little bit, and then I can start aligning the windows in properly. Oops. So there we go. That's about right. I might make it a little bit smaller. And obviously if you want, now would be the time where you can make your window hinges and things like that. And in fact, this one and this one, I think these support beams should be a little bit fatter. So I'm just going to, actually I'll do them both at the same time. That way they'll both be the same. So kind of there. And this one over to here. This is embedded in the window frame at the moment, so I need to move it a little bit. And it's just a case of a little bit of finesse to get everything to fit. There we go. And you know, I like to leave a little tiny gap, especially on the bevel, so you can see here that this is going to work rather well for us when it comes to render time. And here might be a little bit too much of a gap, so again, do that. And you know, I might have to make one of these slightly larger, but I won't worry about that for now. So let's assign these the material 3, so we know they're all windows. Lambert 3, and there you go, built out one window. Now let's do this one. So this one, if I remember rightly from the plans, is just 2 of these shoved together. So I should just be able to go Control Duplicate, and hey presto, we should pretty much have a window that fits, and we're almost there. We are just a little bit proud on the top and bottom. So okay, there we go. Job, I think, is a good. And I reckon these would be a little bit inwards. So, you know, if they were windows that opened inwards, which, you know, I assume they probably would be. There we go. So, perfect. You know, it's not that complicated to make these window frames, but they're a little bit more interesting than your bog standard sort of, just a plain window glass, so I quite like them for that. So let's continue and build out the rest of our windows here. So this one down here, once again, will probably just be 2 of these. So I'm going to bring 2 along, and I'll go into the front view, press F to focus, and it is indeed just 2 of those. So they're a little large, however. So let's scale a little bit. And actually they're quite a bit larger than I thought, so I'm going to scale a little bit more. There we go. That one there, and this one here. Perfect. And same for the top and bottom, so I'm going to need to scale a little bit downwards. There. So, we've got fairly reusable components, which I always like, especially if you were going to do all the windows on the back of the house as well, because you don't really want to be building each and every single one of these individually. It would just take an age. Sometimes you have to. The building's got certain different window types, so you have no choice really. But when you can build a kind of modular component that's going to work more than once, it's always something to think about to save yourself some time. Okay, so there's our 1, 2, and 3 windows done, and we've got this doorway, so this will be Control D, 1 window in here, and let's focus in on this view, and we should be able to move that into place, and it fits perfectly. So Control D, 1 window over here, and these are standing a bit proud, so again we need to move these back into the frame and just beyond that little lip there. Whoops. Okay, now we're going to need a oops, in fact that one's a little bit out. There we go. And I will take time in between the parts to make sure that these are, perfectly positioned with no big holes in the way or anything like that. There we go. And this one's probably a little too tall as well, but I'll fix that in a second. Alright, so we've got just the main door to do now really, and we can't really do this by copying and pasting one of these. We're going to have to build it, but again it really is just a simple polygon plane. So we'll pull up a polyplane, and I'll just move it again into position. So J to snap the rotation. Oops, there we go. And I'm going to have problems selecting this in the front view, so I'm just going to yank it proud of the doorway. There we go. And of course, before I start editing it, I'm going to want to go into its inputs and just put its subdivisions down to 1 and 1. Okay, now I can just grab the vertex up here, move it approximately into position. There we go, and there we go. And now I'm just going to do exactly the same as I've done before. So really we're just going to use that Insert Edge Loop tool, or in Maya 2015, the multi-cut tool, and I'm going to cut across the top, cut across the bottom. I'm going to do a cut here, and a cut here, one here, and one here, and then I'll cut out the individual window components. Okay, this one's probably a bit fat, but we can definitely fix that. We'll just go in, select the whole edge, and shift and right click and slide edge. So let's slide that edge up to about there. Okay. So now we've got this kind of door frame built. Let's go in and we'll go into face mode and get rid of these inner faces. Okay, so that should be the lot of them. Delete. And then we'll select all the faces and extrude. There we go, it seems to be about the right thickness. Now really for this I'm just going to bevel the whole doorway, so we'll go into object mode and edit mesh and bevel. There we go. Now I'm going to throw it in place. Now obviously there's a lot of detailing we could put on here, and I will at some point cut down here so it looks like you know, maybe this is a door that can be opened from the center, so we'll need that cut in there. But for now, just to get our kind of blocking in a row, this should be okay. And let's just put the existing material of Lambert 3 on there so we can just see it in the doorway. Okay, yeah, that kind of marries up to our plan, but we have missed a trick here, that there's a dividing line coming down. So sorry about that, folks. I completely missed that on the plan. It looked a little weird there. All I'm going to do is Control Z before I deleted the faces, and then of course I can just go back to the multi-cut tool and put that middle section in. I thought that looked like those window panes were a little big. So now we have to come in and delete all the inside faces once again. That looks a bit more like it. There we go. And as I said, I'll cut a split down here at some point in the tutorial. I just want to get the basic blocking done for now. So let's extrude, and whoops, of course I'm going to select all the faces first. Sometimes it just doesn't want to select. There we go. Extrude, and that's given us some thickness, probably more than enough. And object mode, and now I'll just bevel it, so edit mesh and bevel. Just a lazy man's bevel will be fine for this basic blocking, and the doorway should be recessed to about there. So there we go. And done. So now we're really starting to get somewhere here. We're really starting to look like a house. Now we've got a doorway to do, and we've got those Mediterranean style shutters, which I think I still have a picture of here somewhere. There we go. So we're going to model these in. Fairly easy to do, so it should be quite quick. And you know, we're definitely getting there now, folks. We've got one window left to do. We've got some simple windows to put in here, which are basically just these things with no frames, because they use the beams for framing. We've got the front door, and we are, you know, definitely making some progress. So thank you for watching. I hope you've been following along with me and enjoying this and the process itself, and I will see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we've been doing some detailing here on our windows, and in this part I just want to continue the process of finishing off these last few bits and pieces. So as I look in my plans, I actually have some windows here between these beams, window here, and we need to make the window frame for this one here. So as it's probably the easiest point to start on, let's go ahead and put in some windows between these beams here. So I'll just disappear into the front view, and I'm just going to come across and use my multi-cut tool to cut out the location of the windows. So pop open the modeling toolkit and multi-cut control, and here we go. Should be able to cut across here. Actually no, I need to select the right component. There we go. Okay. So one there, and we've got one we can use for the top of the window, and that should be cut about there. So that should just about do it for this. So I'm going to press Q to go to base mode and just cut out those two faces, so we've got the appropriately sized hole. And now I'm going to use the multi-cut again, and here we've got a small problem. It's not really insurmountable. We'll just put one in here and one in here, and then I'll come across and just cut down like so and like so, and then I can basically just select both of these verts, so shift select Actually, I'm going to have to drag select here. So I'm going to get off the multi-tool and Q for the selection tool, and I'm going to shift drag in vertex mode and shift drag. There we go. And then I'm just going to use R to scale those together until they're in a straight line, and now I've got a hole I can use to cut out for the window. Okay, so if we look at these windows on the plan, they're just very simple sort of inner windows with a nice simple window ledge. So I'm going to take something we've already modeled. So I'll grab one of these here and go to object mode and Control D, just duplicate that across. Let's bring that over there, and that should fit just about right. Let's just pull it up on the foreview here. However, I'm going to pop into our, it looks a little bland. I think it would have some sort of framing on it. I don't think it would be embedded straight into the beam. So we're going to make a quick window frame. And we've been doing a lot of this by starting out with a poly plane. So this time I'm going to do it with a poly cube, simply because I can. And just a slightly different way to do it. So I'm going to do a very simple frame. I'm going to make it about yay wide. It really doesn't matter on the scaling of it at this point, because we can always grab the vertex and move it in. So I'm going to start by making a surround for the frame. So I'm going to click on this face mode, and I'm going to scale in this in an extrusion. So I'm going to hit extrude. I'm going to reset the settings on the extrude tool. I'm going to hit scale, and then I'm just going to scale this extrusion in like so. And then I'll be able to extrude again and scale it backwards to give me the box part of the frame. Okay, there we go. And now I'm going to create a little lip that goes around just by using the multi-cut tool. And 1 and 2. And then I'll select all those faces and extrude, whoops, them outwards. So just selected the first one, double click the second one, which has selected the whole thing, hit extrude, and this time we want to go inwards like so. Okay, now face mode, and just delete the back faces for the frame. And there we have a very simple window frame. Now it's got a holes at the back which you could bridge across if you wanted to, but as I'm never going to see those, I don't think I will. But you know, easy to fix. If you're, I mean, if you were going to shoot the house from the interior, then obviously you would need a interior face for this. But my advice to you, if you were going to do that, rather than fill these holes, because then you'd have a blank space at the back of your window, your interior window frame wouldn't look very nice. What I would do is just select this whole object and go to Mesh, Mirror Geometry. Now we want to mirror in -z, I believe, and hit apply. And what that's done, it's just mirrored over this window frame. So now it would look the same from the interior and the exterior. So, you know, that's always an option if you're doing the interior of the house. As I'm not, I'm just going to leave it like so. Okay, let's move this frame into place and get it scaled right. Get the look that we want. It just saves us dropping this guy into sort of a bare beam, which I don't think they would actually do. So we'll come in, and now we can kind of rescale this thing. So it's a little big. I'll just uniformly scale it. We should be about there. We want it embedded slightly in the beams towards the side. And get it in this upper one, and this one down here. And we're going to have to build this window ledge as well. Let's just check that that fits in. And not quite, almost. So I'll just pull this down until it's intersecting. We're going to have a window ledge there, so where the bottom is we might have to readjust after we put the window ledge in, and here and here. There we go. That just gives us some sort of framing to put this window in. So let's move this window into position now. There we go. So something like so, and obviously you're going to have to scale this a bit until you can get it about right. Okay, and I'll give this our Lambert 3, just so we know it's a window component. And there you've got a much more interesting window than you would have done if you'd have just copied this and tried to shove it in between these beams here. So we'll just duplicate this 3 times, Control D, and move one here. There we go. And Control D and one here. We're also going to need one for this upper window, because I don't see why that wouldn't be the same. And this one's quite a bit smaller, this window up here in the attic. Okay, now it's just a case of making the window ledges. So I want to check the plan out, because I want to stick as close to this as possible, but as you can see we don't really have a lot of detail to work with. So these look to me to be just a solid sort of oak beam with a small raised lip on them. So that should be simple enough for us. I'm going to grab one of these oak beams we've already got, duplicate it across, and then of course this will need a bit of scaling to it. And actually these started out beveled, so what I'll do is I'll just use a new cube actually. So just create a new polygon cube. Generally when I'm modeling something new I want to start with the simplest primitive, and as we've already beveled these edges I'll just make a new one completely. So let's just get this roughly into position, and I'm just going to eyeball the size of this, you know, how big I think this window ledge should be, and I don't think it should be any bigger than that. So now I'm going to check it on the plans to see if I was indeed correct. And let's go down here, and there we go, that's about spot on really. That's the size it sort of made sense to me to have it at, you know, considering how massive these oak beams are. But I want to give it a little lip, a little window sill. I can sort of see on the plans that these seem to have a little window sill. So what I'll do is come in and put an edge loop in for a lip, and the lip seems to extend a bit further than the actual beam itself. So if I come in now, I should have some faces here that I can grab and extrude. Okay, and I must have forgotten one, so let's just grab that now. There we go. So that creates a lip, and we can resize that in a second. So let's pull out this whole thing, and obviously I think a window lip would also come forward a bit as well. So that's a window sill, sorry. Okay, so something like so, and I'm going to have to rescale this a bit now, so we might end up, and how I want it is just embedded in the wall, and I want this window main component to be about level with this beam. There we go. And I still want to give a little lip on that. Yeah, so that's maybe a bit too big of a lip. Let's grab the vertex here and move them just a little bit this way, and these ones just a little bit this way. There we go. And now, so that gives us our kind of window lip here. So all these little details add up to make, you know, the framing and the window a lot more interesting. Now let's just add to this our white color. Okay, and that looks quite nice, I think, as a window. Now, we need to bevel in this frame that we made a little bit, so let's go to edge mode and select the whole edge loop, and bevel is too much, so I'll just use the bevel tool and I'm just pressing the left mouse button, by the way, and that's fine. So back to selection mode and let's bevel in this edge. There we go, and it's going to repeat the same bevel, which is nice. And there we go, so that's beveled that up nicely. And the same with this, select which edges it is that you want beveled. In our case it would be these ones, and I'm going to want these edge ones as well. Now, as you've seen before, we can just bevel the whole object, but a lot of the time it's better practice to actually pick what you want beveled and just bevel that. So we'll come in here and all this bottom loop as well. There we go. So that should about do it for this. There we go. That looks fine to me. I missed this bottom edge here, so I'm going to get that now. There, done. Alright, so that should do it for these particular windows and frames. Now we're going to need to copy this across, of course, so Control D. And this window is actually larger, but not a problem. And Control D. Now it appears on the plan that this window doesn't actually have a bottom windowsill. Oh yeah, yes it does. Okay, I thought that was a bit strange. I was going to say I was going to put one anyway, but there we go. Let's just focus in on that, make sure it's about right. Magic. So there's all the windows done up there. Now I want to cut a window here, and I want to sort this window out here as well. So let's take a look on the front view plan and see what it is we're dealing with. So we've got this window here. It's very similar to this window here. It just has a sort of hat on it, and I guess that's so the rain will run off. So let's start by duplicating this one, because you know it gives us a starting point. Let's move that up there, and let's see what we're dealing with. Now I can see here that this window would have to come all the way out to here. So I believe our roof is a little off. So the first thing I'm going to do is move the roof back a bit. The overhang on the roof here is a bit extreme. So select the vertex in the roof and just want to select this whole line of vertex. In fact, we're going to have to drag select because we don't want to pull in just half a roof, and make sure we've got all those points. Good. So now I should be able to move this back without too many problems. Okay. So the problem I'm going to have though is I'm going to bisect this back portion if I keep going, which is not at all what I wanted, so I'm going to have to get those vertex as well. And now I can come back, just give myself a reasonable overhang, a little more than that, and there we go. That's a much better overhang. We could get some guttering under there, and now our window doesn't have to come out quite so far. Okay, so let's get this into position, and you know it's the wrong shape at the moment, but we can change that. So this is really just a starting point for us. It's you know, because the bottom is fairly similar, it's just this top part that needs a bit of tweaking. So I'm going to come in and use face mode and delete these faces, because these will no longer be necessary. Okay, and that's probably left some nasty holes, which we'll be able to see it has. So again, we'll just need to use the bridge tool now. And it might not be possible to bridge this. We'll see what the bridge tool can do. And as you can see, it's left some gaps there. So instead of the bridge tool, I'll just use the fill hole tool. So, and the fill hole tool, basically it's a bit of a cheat. Okay, I see that deleting those faces has left us some very nasty geometry to work with. So rather than deleting them, what I'm going to do is just grab these verts. And we could just remodel this window, of course. I mean, that's always an option as well. And I'm going to grab these verts and pull them in. And that leaves us with an unusual edge because we've gone and beveled this whole piece. Now there's one thing we might be able to do. If we click on the object itself and go to Window, Hypershade, I'm going to bring up the history of this object by going to the Hypershade and pressing Graph Input and Output Connections. So okay, I've obviously deleted the history on this object. It is possible to take off a bevel that you've previously put on there. But in this case that's not going to work for us because the history of the object has been deleted. So, I mean, depending on how fastidious you were going to be, you could probably get away with this corner. In my case, you know, I could come in and take out certain edges here. There we go. Maybe just this one. Yeah, the point is it's probably going to take a lot longer now to fix up the existing model that we've got to fit this one than it is to do a completely new one. So I'm actually going to model this one again, folks. I mean, I'm a big fan of reusable components, but sometimes it can turn out to be easier for something as simple as this just to quickly remodel it. So let's come in here and we'll start with a polyplane. Up we go, R, J to lock the rotation. Whoops, obviously. There we go. And I'll scale up to approximate size and make sure we don't have all those extra subdivisions. So there we go. Now I'll disappear into the front and we can make a basic window frame here. And I'm just going to do this pretty much the same way I've done the other frames. So there we go. We know this one will have a lip here and a lip here. So there is one and there is one. And it'll need obviously the side sections. Okay, so there's the basic box frame really. You could have done this by extruding the frame inwards as well as we did with the frames for these, but that would give us these corner cuts, these kind of mitered corner cuts, and I can see on the plan that this is just 4 big bits of wood slapped together. So again, it depends on what you're trying to achieve. So I'm going to model this as a separate section. So all we really need to do now is go to object mode. I just want to select this and I'm going to come into here, see if it's about the right size. Yep. We'll go to faces, delete the middle one, select all the faces and extrude. And that will just give us our basic frame. Now this one I'm going to make a bit wider because it's got to deal with this roof overhang. Okay, and then I'm going to go around to the front here and to the side here, and I'm going to select this face and extrude. That's a bit many. Now it's just a little lip. There we go. And extrude. Perfect. And I'm going to put a little lip out on the front as well. It doesn't really, can't really see if it is or not in the plans, but it makes sense to have a windowsill. So there we go, just a little one. Right. And now, of course, we need our overhang here. So I'll go around and remember to shift select. Oops, caps lock. And that should about do it. So let's shove the basic frame into place. So it would kind of like so, I believe. Well, that looks about right to me, and we don't have to worry too much about the back because we're going to model in this little roof section. So okay, I'm kind of happy with that. Now I'll need to come in and bevel it in, and also I'm going to put a more of a lip on the inside here. So in this case I'm going to put the lip, let's see, about here in the middle of the window. And let's get that whole loop. There we go. Just extrude that a little bit. Okay, done. And in this case, pretty much everything on this window is going to be beveled. So I'm going to go down to Edit Mesh and Bevel. And the bevel's not big enough. So if we go to our attribute editor and find the bevel, it's here somewhere. There we go. And just make it a bit bigger. There we go. Okay, so there I've got my basic window frame. Let's put it into position so sure we'll marry up with this one. And this plan has two of these windows. So let's control duplicate one of these. But it looks like it has yet, so it doesn't have this bottom rung. So we can just take the faces, delete them, and then bridge the gap that's been created here. In fact, I'll show you the fill hole tool. I'm not sure if we covered it yet. You can just do this for this. I mean, this will generally leave you with a problem if you want to smooth your geometry later on, but we're actually beveling our geometry, so it's not going to be smoothed. So it won't really matter. There we go. In fact, you could have just left those open, to be honest with you, because you know the window's getting shoved in a frame anyway. And this should probably just go just in front of that lip there. There we go. And Control D to duplicate. And oh, these need to be slightly oversized, so we can just scale this one a bit and this one a bit. I don't mind if these are not identical sizes. Realistically, in a house this old, I think there'd be a little variance. You know, there we go. So there's almost that window in. I'm just going to put the roof section on it. So to do the roof section, I'm going to start with a polycube. Come up to here. Again, as we've been doing before, I'm just going to get it roughly into position. And let's see. So I'm going to start this polycube out by doing a pretty cube that covers sort of the whole window. Sorry, the whole window hat thing we've got going on here. So it should be about that big. And probably about that wide. Okay, but I want a little, I don't want it to all go up. I want a little sort of straight bit on the bottom. So let's draw in an edge loop. And there we go. And let's now just take these vertices and move them in. Okay, so let's have a look at what this looks like when we put it in. Alright, so I believe that would probably protrude a little bit here. And go all the way back like so. Okay, now I think that this would probably be recessed as well. So, you know, we might have to come back and do it. I'm actually going to check, before I come back and recess this, I'm going to check a few reference images for a better idea of what exactly this would look like. So I'm going to do that at the end of this part, and when we come back we'll finish. In fact, before we go, let's get the final last easy window in, which is just this one here. So I'm just going to come across again in the front view. Okay, and this has just got a pretty bog standard basic straight frame. So I just want to cut a hole for it. And we should be able to use, no, maybe not. Okay. And faces, and let's see if I can cut that out for a hole. So this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Yeah, that should be fine. And again, because I'm going to have to cut those. In fact, in this case, I don't really want to cut the inside faces. Maybe I do see through all the way into the house. Probably much nicer. There we go. So, okay, there's those faces cut. So let's get a basic box standard window frame done. And I just want to see this on the plan again. It just appears to be a big sort of box frame, really. So it must be slanted as well, because I can't see it protruding out here on the plan. Let me just check my images of this plan, because I'm not sure if this would be out with a box on the top or kind of laid flat. So okay, so on the plans I can't see anything kind of protruding out this way, so this must be more of a skylight type deal going on here to let some light in, I would guess. So okay, let's go ahead and make a flat window then. Now we've got a box we made here, but in this case, you know, it's going to be just as easy to do a new one, a separate one. So come in and add your poly cube, and I need to be in object mode, and just moving this. Okay, so it's in about the right position, and we know what we're going to do here. We're going to make a large box. I'm going to scale that in just a bit. We're going to go to face mode. I'm going to build it the same way I built the other one. I'm going to go to extrude. I am going to extrude this with the scale tool. There we go. What I should have done is reset the extrusion, because when I pressed extrude it actually did. So let's just undo this and go back to extrude, and I need to reset the tool, and then I can go to scale. Okay, so that looks about right to me. And then extrude again, and I'm going to extrude backwards this time. There we go. And I'll just delete these faces. Okay, and I'll probably add a little lip on here. And these verts are a bit uneven at the back, so if you wanted to, you could always come in and do our scale trick again, just to even those up. In our case, that's really not that important, because, as I said, we're not shooting from the interior of the house. I'll just put a lip on this, and that's probably a bit big, so let's get this one a bit closer. There we go. And the extrusion needs to come inwards. There, perfect, seems about right. Okay, so now we've got a basic box we can use to put into this window hole for this skylight. Now I'm going to have to rotate this, obviously. And here we have that problem where I find it difficult to position, because I'm going to move up and left, and so I can change the move axis to object, and then I can just much easier. Okay, but now the frame seems a little wide, so what I'll do is get it here, and I'm going to go to object mode. I just want to get a feel for this. It is very wide. So I'll just scale it in a tad. There we go. But it's still a little wide along here, so I'm going to grab the vertex and move these ones. There we go, and then do the same here. Oops, didn't get them all. And probably the same up here, just to get the scale I want, size I want, sorry. And there we go, much better. Okay, so let's pop that into position. Should be sort of like so. It doesn't seem to be rotated quite enough. There we go. Perfect. And we'll come up. Just want to make this a little proud. And obviously this roof is bent. So there, I think that's our skylight in, and the windows for it are just a couple of these little ones that we used over here. So Control D and get it into position. Okay, looks like our skylight is 1, 2, 3, maybe a little bigger than the one on the plans. Actually, let me double check that. No, actually it's not. It's just we're going to need a bigger window for ours because it's lying on a diagonal. So Control D and move this over. Oh, I don't know why I'm snapping the rotation. It becomes a habit. There we go. And again, I'm going to put this on a object axis so I can slide it and play about with it a bit better. There we go. In. And we might need to scale this up. You might even need to make another one with an extra window pane of glass, but I'll leave that to you. And Control D to duplicate. And just move this across here. And we're done with our skylight. Okay, which is, I believe, what it should look like. I'll check the original pictures of the house and have a look more on the plans, but I really can't see how it could have been done any other way. I guess it could have been straight into the house with a big lip on the outside, but then I think that would just collect full of rainwater. So I guess because we don't really have enough information, or maybe if you're you know, experienced house builder, you would know how they would fit that in, but for me that seems about right. So I will see you in the next part when we'll continue with the detailing, and hopefully we shall be finished fairly soon. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.